It's been a long time.
Mm-hmm. Do I get an introduction?
I don't know if we're live. I don't see it on the TV. Do you see it on YouTube?
We're definitely live. We're definitely
Are
live.
we? Perfect.
Yep.
I wonder why my TV's not caught up. That's
I don't know.
really strange.
Why is your TV not caught up?
Is it showing up?
Yeah, it's there. It's live.
Oh, there we are. Look at that. It
Mhm.
worked. All right. Evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. I am Ed, aka Akxion-Figs. This guy next to me here is Luke, my son, otherwise Akxion-Figs Jr.
I already got a nickname.
Yes, you do.
Wow.
How you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Good.
That's good.
You drinking anything tonight? You know, on the Hella Dope Show, they always ask what you're sipping on.
I already kind of finished a Dr. Pepper.
You finished a Dr. Pepper?
Already? Yeah. I was going to save it for the stream, but I got a little too thirsty.
We still got to find that Dr. Pepper ice cream float.
Ice cream?
Ice
Yeah.
cream.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm using my my Hella Dope mug.
What you drinking?
What am I drinking? I'm drinking a
Yeah.
Sponge Bomb.
Oh.
And surprisingly, it's like a pretty big can, and I could have fit probably 1.5 of them in this mug. It's so big, but you know.
Yeah, I saw that mug. It's pretty large.
Yeah, holds a lot of coffee too.
Oh, yeah. You need your coffee.
But you know, I drink a couple pots a day, so
Yeah, you can put a whole pot in just that mug.
yeah. So anyway, we're going to talk about the future of collecting for a little while today. And since
Sounds
you're
good.
a young guy on the block with your collection and really just always had kind of action figures because of me, but you're just
Yep.
kind of starting your own little collection right now. So I know I've gotten you a few figures like the Mythic Legions.
Which you stole from me.
I didn't steal it. You left it at my house, dude.
I didn't leave it there.
You said
You
take
stole
some
it from me.
pictures, so I took
Nope,
some pictures.
you took it. Took it without asking.
So the like Xylernian Guard,
Mhm.
which I got for you, and you got the Miyamoto Musashi figure, which is a really cool samurai figure.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I posted one of the pictures of him on Instagram. Don't have Facebook, so so what other figures are you looking at right now that you think are pretty cool that are out there?
Oh, that are out there? That Moon Knight from, I don't remember who made it. Who's that Moon Knight made by?
The
armored
Mafex one?
Yeah, I think so. The
Was it
armored
Mafex?
one.
Metacom Mafex?
Yeah, that one was really cool.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Travis is here. Let me bring in Travis. Hold on a second. Let's see if this works. Did Travis come in yet?
How's it going, brother?
Hey, Travis, what's going on, brother?
Good, man. Good. Just finishing up at the barbecue, you know?
Yeah. Anything good on the grill?
I did some smoked chicken wings in the standard, hamburger, cheeseburgers, hot dogs, corn on the cob. You know, that's the traditional. Nothing crazy.
What kind of juice did you put on the chicken wings?
Oh man, it was some sriracha stuff that I picked up at the store today. Threw some of that on there and some dry rub. Give it a shot. See how it turned out.
Taste all right?
It actually just finished before I came up here, so I'm gonna have some after the stream.
Good.
I just pulled it off. Turned the grill off.
Nice. So anyway, this is Travis, aka Mr. Wonderful, and Travis above you is my son, Luke.
How's it going, Luke?
How's it going? What's up?
So we were just discussing some of Luke's figures and the ones that he's looking forward to getting.
Cool.
I think that was actually SH Figure Arts, the one that was doing that new armored up Moon Knight we were talking about. The one that was on the Foosh a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I'm looking for it right now.
Yeah. There was that one, and then that Mafex Nightwing looks really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to pop in and see what's going on in the chat here. We've got a couple people joined in.
Oh, hey. Yeah, I see Ted.
Let's see. We got the Teflon. He says, Luke, say no to blue cheese on your pizza.
No, that's sacrilege. That's the best way to eat it.
Mr. Darklaw, how you doing? Aaron from Payne's Toy Samples, how you doing, bud? And as always, Mr. Largo, Jim Largo's on there. Just saw him in another live chat a couple minutes ago. So, oh,
Largo, Mr. Wonderful. Thank you.
Big Fam Samurai's here. How you doing? All right, did you find it?
Did I find
Luke,
what? The Moon Knight figure?
Moon Knight
no,
figure.
I didn't. I couldn't find it.
All right. Travis, what you sipping on tonight? Some C4? You're muted.
Sorry, I was
That's
muted
all right.
still. Yeah, got a drawer full of them, so good to go.
All right, you'll be up all night.
That's the goal, right? Keep moving.
That's right. Always got to keep going.
Absolutely. Just finished running some additional updates to those stacks. They just finished on the printer behind me, so
Nice.
I'll be cleaning and curing those to see how they come out.
Very cool. We'll put you up on the main screen, let you show some stuff off here in just a little bit.
Yeah, man, no issues.
Those things are gonna. I think you got a can of worms you're opening up that you have no idea how much it's gonna, you might need more than a couple printers to keep up with that.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, man. They're you know, I every time I'm always thinking. So I actually just came up with another feature, which is some additional storage and some ways to flush out the units all together. I think it's going to be even better. So those are going to be cool. Some additional unlocks if the Kickstarter goes as well as I think it will. Fat stacks.
Yeah, I saw you. Jim wants to know or that's Teflon. Hold on, that's not Jim. That's Jim. There. Or the tallest one called Fat Stacks. That'd be a good name.
Yeah.
And then Teflon, have a go on, Rob. He's out celebrating his birthday today with the family. So his birthday was actually Friday, I believe, but celebrating today. So, and
there we go.
This guy. Here's Jeremy J. Speaking of Jeremy J, I was going to tell everybody, any of the veterans or family of the lost veterans, for tomorrow, happy Memorial Day. Let's not forget what the holiday's actually about. So,
absolutely.
I know Jeremy and I were both, well, Jeremy's still in, but I was Army too. So he keeps his hair nice and clean cut. I don't have to do that anymore.
We should see. Can we get a hair reveal?
You got to see that yesterday. That crazy
I know.
So.
Jeremy J's also got that show coming tomorrow too. Him and
yeah, that's right.
Him and
no, that's not Jeremy. That's it's Chad TV, right? The one that's doing the Joe for Joes. I think Jeremy's going to be on there, but
it's Jeremy and him together. I think, right? Two Joes doing the Joes.
Yeah, I think it's Chad. I think it's Chad, right? He changed his name recently, so I always forget.
Formerly, artist formerly known as Articulated Chad.
Yeah, Articulated Chad. That was the one. So yeah. So that'll be an interesting show. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Bunch of vets talking about Joe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jeremy J wants to come on and show his hair, so we will let him do such a thing.
Let's make it happen.
Awesome. If he's doing it, you got to do it though.
I've got the hair.
Can we at least get it like a side view of the ponytail?
Oh, I don't have that.
You want to see the ponytail?
Yeah, let's see it.
All right, hold on. Let me get this link sent to Jeremy. Helps if you look for authority figure and not Jeremy. All right, JJ, it's in your Instagram.
As I secretly refer to him as Double J.
I always call him JJ too, and everybody's like, "Who's JJ?" I'm like, "Well, Jeremy J."
Yeah, he never responds to me when I call him Double J. Something about it. He seems to ignore it. I'm like, no, it's cool.
Yeah, it's all right. And what's Largo saying? AF3 honoring Memorial Day, so no show tomorrow, but we're squatching on Thursday. That's right. I will be on Jim's show on Thursday night with Jeff from Skunk Works and Adam from G.I. Joe: The Lost Chronicles. And I'm sure Jim and Wilhelm will both be there, but it should be a good show. We're going to discuss some Sasquatch toys and some experiences of squatching in the woods and all that stuff. So
cool.
I think I sent Jeremy's link. Let's make sure I actually hit send. Yeah, I sent it.
I got a couple Ultimates I'm waiting to open.
All right.
So
which ones you got there? I can't see them.
I got the Bret Hart here.
Oh, Ultimate. That's a nice one. Yeah.
And then the Macho Man Ultimate here.
The Hart Foundation was always was my favorite tag team. Them and the British Bulldogs. I bounced between the two of them, but man, I love the Hitman.
I'd say that awesome they were cool, but I was a Shawn guy, so the Rockers were, they were the team, and can't really jump on the Hart Foundation bandwagon because of that.
I remember when I was a kid, the first wrestling I ever saw that I really got hooked on was the Road Warriors back when they were doing. Like I don't even know what it was.
Yep.
WCW before it became WCW. That we know
NWA.
Yeah, NWA. That's what it is. Yep. Yeah.
Road Warriors, Legion of Doom, Animal and Hawk. What a rush! Yeah, they were. I remember them from the early '90s, late '80s, or something when they came in originally. They were on the. I remember them being on like the cover of one of the old WWF magazines. I remember a buddy of mine had one of those.
They were around for a long time. I remember like when I was pretty late in age, probably 10 or something, and they came out with the WCW figures that were actually posable a little bit compared to like the rubber WWF ones.
The LJN
the LJN ones. And I had my cousin had the Ring. I had the Road Warriors and a couple other guys, and he had like Ric Flair and all sorts of those. And those figures are pretty sweet. So
yeah. I don't have any of the old school stuff. I'm a big articulation guy, and articulation and scale. I always had a hard time, and that's really across the board, anything, which is really interesting for me because I was a very strong, like for me with action figures, as a kid, I got whatever I could get. My parents didn't have a ton, so I got whatever they would give me at birthday and Christmas time. So always had the the cheapest ones. I think I told this last week was KB Toys would always run their like 3 for like 6 something or 7 something, every week, whenever they'd have their sales, and I always get as many as I could with that.
Man, KB Toys was awesome. They had such great deals until they closed. Man. The store was always a disaster when you walked into them in the malls and stuff. You had to dig, but like every single thing was marked down. They always ran like huge specials on everything. I had stopped like actually buying new figures for quite a while. I mean, I still collected, the stuff that I had, older figures and stuff, but I stopped buying things. And then Power of the Force came out, in the mid to late 90s, whenever that was. And so I started buying those again, and that just led me down the rabbit hole back into collecting. And I go to KB Toys.
So was Power of the Force, was that like, and I know I'm sounding stupid because I'm not a Star Wars guy really. Was that like, did that come out like right after they did the digitally remastered Star Wars stuff in the 90s? Is that kind of like when they came back?
It actually came out right around that same time. They put the movies back into the theaters, and it was just a little bit before they launched the prequels.
Okay.
And then basically they took like the vintage card style, put new molded figures and put them on there. But I mean, they had. I had a bunch of vintage stuff still. Started collecting the Power of the Force, and I mean, I had a huge collection, but it was like, it got to the point where, like, at that point, I was a completist, right? I would drive myself, my wife, everybody insane trying to find every single figure, and get the Kellogg cereal for the mail away Han Solo and Stormtrooper, and I think it was a different serial for Obi-Wan Kenobi as a ghost, and
Okay.
it was just crazy. So at one point, I was finally like, I started getting into 1/6 scale and back into that with the classic collection from GI Joe and some vintage stuff, and then I was like, okay, I got to choose one or the other. I can't complete Star Wars because Hasbro was just like, oh, here's an alien that was seen in 1.5 seconds of screen time, and I was like, oh my god, it's just crazy. So
That's funny.
but I was a huge Star Wars fan, as you can tell by my son's name. So yes, he was named after Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, that's funny.
So let's see. Let's pop into the chat real quick and see what's going on over here. It's going too fast. No, it's not going too fast, but Jeremy J. Largo's asking about seeing you in the lounge for the Infinite Playlist, which if you haven't checked out Jim's Infinite Playlist show, I believe it's on usually on Tuesday nights about 7 or 7:15. It's a great way to learn about some old music or new music, remember stuff that you forgot about, and hear some things you might not have never heard of. So it's a good show to check out if you're looking to get some new music into your own playlist.
It's interesting to see what kind of music those guys listen to and stuff.
Yeah. Some people are really surprising. Like some of the stuff the Black Knight put out there, I was pretty surprised. But, I'd love to see Micronauts and ROM's Space Knight return. I'd love to see the Micronauts return. There's that one company out that's doing something like the Micronauts, but it's I don't think it's modular like the Micronauts were. Micronauts were all magnetic, so you could take the arms off, pop different arms on from it. I mean, that was like the original. I think someone said it the other night. I think it was on maybe on Payne's Toy Samples show about how the Micronauts are the original pop and swap.
Okay.
And they were
little kit bashers.
Oh, you could take the legs off of one because it was all magnets, right? That there was no joints; it was all magnetized. So
interesting.
Basically, take the.
I don't think I ever had those.
They had it was basically all futuristic, and of course back in the late 70s, early 80s, everything was space, right?
Yeah.
But going back to what you were saying about articulation, I grew up in a time. I mean, I started out with some 12-inch Joes, which were quite articulated, but then most of the action figures that were available were, I collected Fisher Price Adventure People, which were basically 5 points. The original Star Wars, which was 5 points, and then Hasbro came out with G.I. Joe. All right, Here is Jeremy. Hey, what's up, man?
There he is.
Oh, hey, sorry. I was sitting here counting my action points.
Oh, that's a good thing to do.
Yeah, getting ready, making it rain action points over here. Getting ready for this mail.
This is like the third time I've been reminded to count my points because Teflon keeps telling me, "Did you count your points yet?" I'm like, "I forgot." Right.
So here's a funny
when I
story.
first started collecting, I threw away a bunch of the boxes, because I didn't think.
Oh no! But did you cut the points though before you did?
No, I never cut the points because I figured, it was like, Hasbro did that for a while too with GI Joe. Remember they were putting points on there, or Star Wars too in the Black Series, they were putting points on there.
Yeah, for sure, man.
No reason at all, So then Bobby's like, I think I might do something for the points. And I'm like, okay, I better start saving all my boxes and stuff. So I got enough to get like one or two of the mail.
Dude, like I have. So the thing is that I have enough action points cut out right now to where I can get the maximum of 2. But as far as like Action Force, like unopened stuff that I have, man, I could get a lot of those. So so hopefully there's something else coming down the line too that we can use those for, because
did he limit it to 2? I think he limited it to 2.
Yeah, he did. So right now I have more than enough for 2. But if I was to actually like cut out all the action points that I have, man, I don't know really how many that I actually have. It's
too many.
Bunch. Yeah, it's well, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's excessive because I really enjoy the product. So,
Hey, Jeremy, you see this mug? No chips.
I do. Where's? Do you
guys see my mug? Do you see my mug? Yes, this is me calling you out, Ted. This is my mug. I'm still drinking from the bottle.
Oh no.
Well, Jeremy and I got the last 2 that when they actually got the mugs actually in that Simi could actually do. So I'm sure he'll hook you up once he gets some more mugs in. But
Yeah.
I mean, they are handmade. Like each one of them
Yeah.
is custom, you know. So it's quite an honor to have
yeah, like
one
mine's got
in your
Action
collection,
Figs here.
That's cool.
So
I have mine. I've counted them out. A little funny story is I cut out all the, you know, little name cards here off the back of the box. And I thought it was funny that Laser Pants talks about scrapbooking because I wasn't gonna scrapbook. I was just gonna like take like an old 3-inch ring binder and put them all in there to keep them because I was like, I don't know what people do with these, but I want to hold on to them. So, and then
Dude,
when I
I'm-
saw him in his scrapbooking and he talked about that, I started dying. I was like, oh
like
man.
I'm guilty though, because I saved a bunch of the art from the boxes and stuff that I cut off too. I was like, this is just cool art, right? I'm like, I
So
just
I
got it in a
saw-
pile. 'Cause
like who knew
I'm
that
too
Action
proud to tell anybody that I'm going to scrapbook with it, but I probably will.
so like who knew Action Force was going to turn Ryan into a soccer mom from 1994? You know, and like all of a sudden he starts doing his scrapbooking.
He's gonna be at
next-
Comic-Con. He's gonna be at Joe Fest, and he's gonna have his own booth. He says, "Sorry, Vala, I can't be there. I gotta have my scrapbooking booth over here."
Yeah, he's going to start selling ones with
Selling
like
scented
custom
candles.
covers. Custom
What-
covers that are sewn together with little inserts for sliding in the pictures and all that.
What a loser!
Start calling them Laser
Jeez
Martha next
Louise.
time we have the 3POA.
That's great. That's great.
So Axion, what you sipping on out of that hella dope mug there?
I'm sipping on a Sponge Bomb.
Okay, curious.
Sponge Bomb is an IPA with pineapple juice.
Oh, okay.
So like Sponge Bob, but Sponge Bomb.
Right.
Everybody that hears it thinks it sounds really gross, but like the pineapple juice is so, it doesn't overpower, right? It's just a hint of citrus is really all you taste. So it's kind of like throwing a lime into a Corona or something, right? I mean,
Interesting. Okay.
yeah, if it was too much pineapple juice, it'd probably be bad. Of course, when I was a young guy, my buddies and I created a drink called the Bandito, which was half a beer with half orange juice. It tasted just like Tang. So I mean, beer and citrus juice really doesn't bother me too much. So,
well, I am drinking Miller Lite out of this 19. Wait, what year is this? Hang on, let me find it. 1975 DC Comics Superman cup here.
oh, nice.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if you'll be able to read it, but yeah, that's 1975 on there, right?
Nice.
Do not put your memorabilia cups through the dishwasher. This is how
No.
you maintain them,
dude.
right?
Yeah.
It's you got to hand wash those, man.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Somebody was selling on a Facebook page. They were selling a bunch of superhero ones. They're the glass pint glasses and stuff.
Oh man,
And
yeah.
somebody was selling them, and I was like, they wanted $10 for like all of them. And I was like, guess what? I told my wife, I said, we're getting rid of the fancy glasses, and I'm bringing home the Marvel ones. 'Cause I got Spider-Man.
When I was a kid,
and all
when I was
that.
a kid, my dad had a whole collection of like Rocky and Bullwinkle and
Yep.
Bugs Bunny ones, right? And of course, he let us use them because that's the glasses we always wanted to use.
Yeah.
You know. And
Yeah.
after my mom put them through the dishwasher a couple times, you could barely make out the characters anymore.
Yeah.
It's really sad. I still have a bunch of my Star Wars Burger King
Okay.
glasses from
Yep.
back in the day, but I don't
Oh,
put them through
man.
the dishwasher. They're most of them just hold accessories and stuff that are just they're
So when
Junk
we have
collectors now.
company now, when we have company, I break out the Batman Forever McDonald's
Yes.
glass
Yes,
little
I remember.
miniature.
They're like
mugs
chiseled
there.
out, right?
I
They're
have the
chiseled out
entire
ones?
set. I have the entire set, and I use them frequently.
Those are the chiseled out ones, right, Jeremy?
Oh yeah, they're beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. Each one of them.
I remember those, man, as a kid. Those things were huge. Like it was like, and I had my younger brother, the Genetti of the family, and I would always have to grab I'd grab the good glass, and he'd get the one, he'd get the one that nobody wanted, and I was like, yeah, I'm taking the star. I
So
remember those.
you've got a Genetti little brother. You ever give him that sweet chin music?
Oh, he's gotten lit up with the super kick a bunch of times, dude. That was my move, man. That was my move. We were
Here's
a
a
tag
co-
team.
Here's a comment from Largo. Jeremy has enough points for the Vanguard.
That-
Dude, if man, so I would say like my collection of action points pales in comparison to Ryan's, but it's still considerable. Like I have a lot of that product.
Yeah.
Dude, I love that honestly, and I think this is where I was going to, right? For the longest time of collecting, it was you could not get me to buy. So I was WWE. been a wrestling fan my entire life. It's always what I wanted. When they finally, and I was very much a stickler for the scale figures. So when I came across the Mattel, so I was playing with Jax for a while, and I was collecting those with my oldest son. And then I was like, oh man, they just sold the Mattel. Now Mattel's making them. Now I got to buy everything again and stuff. So I started looking at them. And then I saw that they were to scale, and that just blew me out of the water. So I'm building an arena in my garage at the time, and I'm building it to scale, a custom ring. And then those were the elites. And then I went heavy into those. And then honestly, it was probably a few years later, I saw the Winter Soldier, who's he's like my favorite Marvel character. And they had the Winter Soldier, Marvel Legends, and the Red Skull, I think they came out with at one point. And I bought those for my son, and I think they got me one for Father's Day, and they were the only non-wrestling figs I collected at the time. And my oldest just went heavy into the Legends, and we just piled them on. And then G.I. Joe, right at COVID, I started seeing those in the store, man. And I was like, I didn't get into the Marvel Legends when they first came out, and I wanted to. And I let my son pick up on that. I'm not letting the G.I. Joes go. And then I went down that slippery slope of finding Valaverse out there, and I was like, these are awesome. Danielson, I like it.
Nice.
But like the AWOC and stuff now with that and the Savage Crucible, I'm really pumped to see the Savage Crucible in hand here soon, because like there's just so much good stuff out there. When you look beyond just Hasbro and Mattel, there's some really good products out there.
I was for the last, I don't know, since probably the late or early 2000s, I was almost strictly all 1/6 scale, Dragon models and Vintage Joe, and especially heavy into the Venture Team and things like that. And then it was so big and so large, right? And then one day I was sitting there and I picked up the original Gung Ho from Classifieds. I was like, yeah, let's just check this out. Okay. He was a solid figure,
Yeah,
I had no problems with that. But then I bought Spirit, and his leg broke. And then I bought Rakondo, and he fell off the shelf. And he was on an Action Force stand. His ankles were so weak that he fell off the shelf. Walked into the room, and his shoulders like dislocated. Right.
Right.
Like, yeah. Man. But between that, like after I bought Gung Ho, I started looking at the other 12 or 1/12 scale, and I was like, man, Valaverse has got some cool looking figs. So I bought.
Yeah.
I traded one of the guys, Travi G, on Instagram. He was looking for some 1/6 scale stuff. I had a bunch of accessories. So we traded a Delta Force sealed box with a couple of accessories. I think he's threw in a Charlie or a Delta weapons pack. And so I traded him that for a couple of accessories for a 1/6 scale. And I got those, and I started posing them. As soon as I got them, I was like, oh man, these figures are nice.
They're great. They're great. And what I love about the Valaverse and the G.I. Joe is you can use them together. Like they fit so perfect. There's, they're awesome. And me, I'm like, I would go out and collect heads, and I started 3D printing the heads at home and stuff with some random things that I found online and stuff, and popping them on the Valaverse figures because there's so many, the army builders and stuff. But like I even went to Target and was snagging up a bunch of the stupid Eternals that were junk for like $2 a pop, just so I could get a couple heads off some of the characters. I'm like, oh, this one would make a good Valaverse head.
Look, the cool thing about Valaverse figures is that I have if you can actually that chat you highlighted is kind of over the top of me, but this entire shelf behind me right here is nothing but like all the way back like 5 rows deep, like Action Force figures, right?
It's hard to see if you could stack them though.
Yeah, so it's like 5 deep.
Yeah, if you could elevate the back row with
there was a way to elevate this.
There was a certain company that was going to make a stand so you could elevate the back row figures. It'd be great, right?
Right, but here's the thing about my Valaverse figures is that even though all of them come with a display stand, I don't use them because I don't need them.
100%.
They 100%. Just happen to stand up on their own.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and it's pretty damn cool.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
I unloaded all of like the Action Force stands. I've never been a stand collector because like I didn't need them. But the stands that I've all seen, they're all kind of flat, right? They're all one level. Yeah. But like the stand that I'm going for gives you that dynamic scale posing, which is the reason I want it. But the thing I love about my Action Force is I can set them right on my stand. I don't even have to put them in a peg holder because they do stand on their own. Like they're all around my desk. I got my Delta Force. I think that's Black Ops one. I always forget which one it is here. the Steel
Steel
Brigade special.
Brigade, Night Ops.
Yeah, the
Night
Night
Ops,
Ops
that's what
Steel
it is.
Brigade.
Night Up Steel Brigade. I have that one sitting here. That thing stands up perfectly. And you're right. They like, so I just took all mine and dumped them on eBay. So somebody got a killer deal on them because I was just like, I don't need these. They don't fit what I'm looking for.
Yeah, the only thing though is that like I'm thinking about maybe utilizing them in the display again due to the fact that they do have that slot in the back for the file card, because the figure in front of the file card, like as a display, looks pretty dang cool too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's the only thing that's got me torn about that. But it's like
They don't need the stand, but
Yeah,
for
they
that
don't
kind of a
need 'em.
display with the
Yeah.
cardboard card, with the bio card on there,
Yeah.
is a cool looking display, right? But none of us really have basically just one version of every Action Force figure. So I mean, you really
I'll
don't
put that
need
on.
8 blowback, with the card sitting there, right? You have one blowback with the card, then you got 8 stands that you can just, disperse, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't need 7 of the UFC guy there. I always forget his name.
Tim Kennedy.
Tim Kennedy. I don't need
Yeah.
7 Tim
Yeah.
Kennedy ID cards because I've got like
See-
7
see-
of the figure.
See, you know him as the what'd you say, the UFC guy?
I called
right?
him UFC. I couldn't think of his name. Yeah.
I know him as the legendary Green Beret,
Right.
That's awesome.
who has this storied career. He's essentially like, if you could be a celebrity with inside the army, like it's Tim Kennedy.
That's so
Um,
cool.
Yeah, so really cool crossover there. And I have my plan, right, to get a hold of Tim Kennedy for that custom autograph on my sealed Duster figure, right? Because he will acknowledge me as jujitsu.
How many of the dusters did you buy, Travis, when he had the big sale?
So I'm stupid. I don't know how to follow instructions well. When he came out, I bought 2 of them because the thing, like I said, the thing with the Valaverse ones is like I love the universe that he's creating. I have read all of the graphic novels or the art that he's done for those to give the backstories, which have been great. But what I liked about I liked all of them is I always got 1 or 2. I normally get 2 of them because I thought they look cool, and you can head swap so many characters and stuff. So what I was doing was I got 2 of them when they originally came out, and then when they announced the sale, I went and I think I put 5 of them in my cart because it was like buy 4 get 1 or something like that, right?
Mhm.
So I thought, I'll buy 4 and I'll add the other one and they'll wipe it off at the end. So I ended up getting 6 in the mail. So I paid for 5 and got a 5th. I got a 6th one for free. I didn't care. Like the cost of, they were $12. I mean,
Yeah, right.
we're talking 12 years ago cost of a basic WWE action figure in the store for what I was
Right.
getting, a way more articulated, really cool figure. And for what I want to use them for, like what's one more? It's just a cool little army of dudes.
Yeah, and then
Absolutely.
also at that price, buying those, like you were saying, for that price, even if you didn't want the figures, you just wanted to strip the gear, right?
Yeah.
It was cheaper than those gear packs that were coming out that had all the
Didn't
stuff
even
in it.
think about
That's what
that.
I did.
Yeah.
I
Didn't
bought
even think
3
about
of
that.
them. I bought 3 of them. I gave 1 to Luke, who
Yeah.
Jeremy, that's my son Luke, by the way.
Oh, hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
And I gave 1 to him in a box, and then I got 2 other ones to just use as fodder because I mean I already had my duster, right? So it was like for that price I couldn't beat it with the like you said, it was cheaper than buying gear packs.
Yeah,
There it is.
for sure. And look, the
There it
body
is.
armor that Condor came with in Wave 1, and Steel Brigade has is cool, but I really like the plate carrier look.
Right.
That he and Desert Rat came with. So if you're army building those, you get access to those accessories, and then you can kind of really customize your dudes up.
Yeah.
Is this the one that came with him? I don't remember what color, which one came with him.
Yeah, it was a green. Yeah, the green.
That's
Delta
it right
Trooper,
there.
basically the
Okay.
Delta Trooper gear pack vest with.
So I
with the
actually
blue
did the same thing. I didn't even realize it, but I was like I took like this old dude Logan their head, popped it on a Recondo body, but I didn't like the gear and stuff that Recondo was wearing, so I think I pulled it off or whatever and threw that one over top, and he looks way more badass.
Yeah, those gear sets are fantastic.
Yeah. Oh man, the stuff that they do at Valaverse is awesome.
After my
I'm so
Recondo
grateful
fell
to have
apart,
found that stuff.
I put Recondo onto a what the hell is it got? Trigger's body.
Trigger, yeah.
Gave him the hat that came with the Jurassic Park dude.
Oh, okay.
Was that Robert Muldoon?
Yeah, Muldoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clever girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I camoed his pants.
Okay. I was gonna say his pants look a little different than the one that I'm
Yeah.
sitting there in front of. So yeah, did some custom work there.
Yeah, it's not too shabby. Not too shabby, man. Not too shabby.
Yeah, he's my actual Recondo now. I'm waiting for Bobby to release that 50 cal so I can put him into like a Predator battle. It'll be my Jesse Ventura.
I snagged a bunch of those Recondos when they were on clearance at Target too.
I was so disappointed. I had it, like I said, I had him sitting on my shelf on an Akxion-Figs stand with both feet in the pegs, and his ankles were so weak that he just like collapsed and fell over. And I walked in, and it's like Sid's toy room with his arm popped off.
So, Akxion, while you were in the Army, like, what was your MOS? Like, what did you used to do?
I was actually 31 Lima, which was a wire dog, cable dog.
Okay, gotcha.
But I did 31 uniform because somehow or other, you know, the U.S. government being top notch like they are, they assigned me to HHC 2nd Brigade Headquarters Company.
Okay.
At Fort Hood and 1st Cav. And they didn't have any call for a 31 Lima. There was like no openings. I wasn't even supposed to be assigned there, but somehow or other I got assigned there. So they ended up just.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. 31. They just gave me 31 uniform work to do. You know, radio systems installer. But realistically, I ended up becoming the Signal CO's driver and secretary. I did put all the frequencies together for field work and all that stuff, and drove him around whenever we needed to go anywhere.
Okay.
Drove the APC and the Hummer.
So back in those days, 2nd Brigade was it Blackjack back then?
Yeah, it's still Blackjack.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I was asking if it's still Blackjack then because it's definitely Blackjack now. Yeah. So yep. I was 1st Brigade Iron Horse.
Yeah.
While I was attached to 1st Cav for God, I was there for 6 years. So I was assigned to 1st Cav for 6 years, but I was only stateside for 3 of it. I spent the other 3 downrange in Iraq, right?
Yeah, that's where the 1st Cav likes to do. You know, they're a high deployment. You know,
America's
right?
first team. America's first team.
Yeah, we went over to Iraq, but it was after the war, just as a show of force. Right before I was getting out, we went over there. So,
gotcha. When'd you get out?
96.
Oh yeah, so this is post Desert Storm.
Post Desert Storm, yeah.
Desert Storm, Desert Shield. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
That was right after. It was a couple years after Desert Storm ended, and Saddam started moving his troops back up to the border, and the U.S. was like, "Oh, we'll just go over there and, you know, show them that we're not messing around again." You know.
Right. Yeah.
Basically, went over there and rotted in the desert for 3 months and did nothing.
It's all right. We did the same thing. I'm not trying to like hijack your stream and make it like an Army talk one, but after we had our deadline to get out of Iraq, I was one of the my unit was one of the last ones to leave. And so they put us in Camp Buring in Kuwait, and they were like, hey, you're going to be here for like 2 months tops, and then you guys are heading home and all that stuff. And then they hit us with like Operation Spartan Shield. Wow. And it's just like a show of force on the border right there. So like we were doing nothing but just like training events, like going out. We were shooting Connexes with AT4s. Just
we were literally given like maybe 8 rounds each when we got over there, and that was it. I was like, what kind of force is this we're showing, man? Wiped out my M16A2 is going to be out of bullets before I even get done with the first shot.
Man, that M16A2, that 20-inch barrel, man.
Hey, I qualified sniper with it, man.
What a weapon that was, man. What a weapon that was.
Good for ground. Good for ground cover.
You're talking about sniper platforms. You're talking about that Barrett 50 cal. Which is my least favorite sniper weapon system to use, just because, like, dude, every time you pull the trigger on that thing, it's like you're talking like 6 to 7 seconds before you can get a follow-on shot, just due to the massive dust cloud that you kicked up with it. You know what I mean? So, like, when you've got your spotter's got to be about 10 to 15 meters away from you on your left or right. That way, they can actually give you, give you data on the shot. I can't stand that damn thing, man.
Well, the funny thing is, like, when I qualified as a sniper with the M16, I'm actually right-handed, and I actually can't see out of my right eye.
That's interesting.
Didn't know this until I was like there, right? And some drill sergeant's like, because I couldn't hit shit, right?
Yeah.
with you qualify 40 targets, right? With 40 rounds, 40 targets, and you get
Right.
higher
40
you
rounds,
get,
40
right?
targets. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was shooting like 10, right? And the drill sergeant, a big black dude, I can't even remember his name now. He's like, "Come with me. You're sucking ass." I'm like, this is back when, of course, they could still swear at you. They weren't supposed to, but
Oh, they
so
still do.
yeah, he pulled me into this room and they had like a little arcade game set up, and he's like, close your left eye and take a shot. And he's like, let me check your left eye out. So then I went out there and shot with my left eye and got 39 out of 40 targets. First time ever shooting left-handed. I was like, all right, I guess I shoot left-handed.
39 out of 40, your first time shooting lefty.
Yep.
It's pretty impressive, man. It's pretty
Yeah.
impressive.
I call it beginner's luck, but
You should see him with a BB gun. Because he's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm pretty good with left hand. The only bad part is like, the spent round comes out the right hand side, so you got to have the little suppressor on there, or else it ends up in your face and you get nice little burn marks on your cheek. So
that's what I told my wife on our first date, was I'm pretty good with my left hand. So oh, you're talking about the brass deflector on there.
Yeah, the little brass deflector.
Yeah, that's there essentially because of lefties.
Yeah,
so that you're not eating brass in the face the entire time.
Yeah. He didn't give me that the first time I went out there and shot, so I kept, just closing my eyes and hoping for the best. But
well,
yeah, I spent most of my time just driving. I mean, like, I drove the APC so much, I actually had a radio system hooked up inside of it, so we had our helmets on with the earmuffs, and had the mic set up because you had a 3-way mic, so I could click it so it was just radio, right? And we play Metallica or whatever, Green Day, because that was the early 90s when I was in, and then we needed to talk. We just flip the mic up and go the other way. But I had a sergeant who was my E8. He retired, and then we got this new guy, and he was one of those sergeants that just liked to throw around his weight,
Yeah.
And the front of those APCs were shaped, right? Nice and flat, but angled up. So on Fort Hood, you're going out to the field, you got to cross all those cricks, right?
Mm-hmm.
To get across the cattle yards and stuff. I'd get rolling down that hill and he'd be like, slow down, because he was up top as a TC, slow down. I hit that water and just fly over top of me, soak him. It's like, oh, sorry, Sergeant Hall, couldn't get the thing to slow down at all. And he's like, you and I are going to talk when we get back. I'm like, all right, we'll talk.
I keep trying to tell people about the free range cattle that go all around Fort Hood, and they don't believe me. I'm like, look, they're everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And we had one. We were going to a 50 cal range one time, and anyway, we had this. The targetry was messed up. We had this truck target that was just, the whole time was just up, right? It would not fall.
Yeah.
And so they were like, hey, it doesn't matter, whatever. We're gonna run it. So we're running the range, right? Shooting 50 cal, and then all of a sudden, like, the tower's just like, cease fire. And anyway, there was a cow that was behind one of those truck targets, right? And we lit it up. I mean, that thing was done.
Well, those were what was the guy's name? The original general that put those there. I can't remember what the name of the general was, but it was one of the generals of Fort Hood. He brought them there, and that's why they still have them. It's just in honor of him, right? And he let them free range all over the place. We'd sit out, because like in the winter, when it's all raining and stuff, you put the straw down underneath your tent, right? And we had 8-man tents, so we put straw down.
You could do that. It's always interesting when you're out there in the TA on doing land nav, and then you run across a longhorn.
Yeah, right? Well, we used to get them right in our tents because we put the straw down. Yeah, we put the straw down. They come right up and eat the straw from inside your tent. You'd walk up to your tent and here's this ass of this big cow sitting out there. He pulls his head back and he's got horns out the ear on his head. It's like, holy shit.
Yeah. Well, anyway, hey, I didn't mean to hijack your stream with Army talk.
No, it's all good, man.
Yeah, I guess we can save that for the stream I'm doing tomorrow.
Yeah,
with Chad, which is Joe's Talking Joe.
Yeah, what time is that going to be on?
7 Central. So
and that's on It's Chad, right?
Yep, that's on It's Chad.
Yep,
coming up.
All right. So we were just discussing the future of collecting with my son Luke, who was talking about some figures he's looking forward to. We're kind of just going through some of the stuff that's because a lot of kids his age aren't really into collecting, you know. And
Right.
I had the fortune of after 3 daughters, I finally had a son, so spent a lot of time with him, you know, turning him into a mini me with figures and stuff. So
Yeah.
he's got his own little thing, but you know, action figures is kind of our thing. He does all the photography and stuff with us. So
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I personally, I think the future of collecting is indie. Until the indie guys get so big that they're not indie anymore.
yeah,
But you know, I think that the vast majority of my collecting dollar is going straight indie projects for like from here on in.
yeah. I see a
And
lot of indie and a lot of the stuff like Travis has been collecting from 5K Toys, which you know they're not one company, but they do a lot of like the small third party stuff, right?
Mhm.
Like Kayla was, my son Luke was just showing. Luke, bring up your Miyamoto real quick. I'm gonna blow you up full screen. This is one from one of the third party figures. Whoops, hit the button too many times. But that's a
Not
Miyamoto
focusing.
Musashi. You know, the guy that wrote the Five Rings,
Mhm.
legendary
How do I get this to
samurai.
focus?
And it's
Oh
not
no.
focusing very
There we
well.
go. All right.
There you go.
There.
Oh
And
wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like
yeah,
that.
it's a
Yeah.
really nice figure. Came with a couple of samurai swords, all cloth goods, you know, kind of like a Mezco-esque body, but not 100%. But I think between them guys and Indy, that's what you're going to see in the future. You know, and there's what Kickstarter after Kickstarter now. So
Yeah, they're just
Yeah.
they're all over. Like
Yeah.
as a fan who was exclusive to like the mainline, you know, stuff there, and I still get my ultimates. You know, I'm still gonna go for the WWE guys and whatnot. But I think Jeremy, you hit it on the head, right? Is that like there's so much out there that when you peel back, it's like it's the onions, right? Like you start peeling back layers and you find out
Mhm.
there's more and more every time. And that's exactly like what happened to me, right? As I was the Mattel Hasbro, and then I was like, oh, this Valiver stuff feels like this whole niche for me with my GI Joes, where you know it's hard to get, distribution's sucking, and I get some other characters I can use. And then it was like, oh, but wait, there's more, right? So now it's
Right.
like, oh, there's this AWOC stuff, and then you have Savage Crucible. I'm like, just look at how successful the Savage Crucible Kickstarter was. Like, I mean, I don't know where it ranks in like, you know, action figure collectible Kickstarters, but it has to be up there. It was crazy.
Pretty damn well. It was over $600,000
Yeah.
for the initial one, and then that's just individuals that backed the Kickstarter. That's not counting sales from retail partners.
Yep.
That are you know going to happen later on down the line. So you know, ridiculously successful. You know, so congrats to Rob for that.
Yeah, no, that's awesome, and those guys are cool. Like, I personally, again, and that's for me, like what's been really cool about getting to these indie lines is guys like you, Jeremy, right? Like you, Laser Pants has been, you know, very welcoming. Guys like Will, I think is it Will over there at Savage Crucible? William Rob.
Oh
Like
yeah.
that.
So Rob Post, yeah, Rob.
Yeah,
Post,
Rob.
yeah.
yeah,
So
Rob.
yeah, getting in touch with him. You know, those guys. The people. They'll just chat with you. Jason, is it Jason from Spiro Toys? Am I saying the name right? Yeah.
Yep.
So Jason, like, they're just people are just so legitimately open to have a conversation, and like maybe it's cheesy, but just like the ability to be able to talk to someone who's literally like making the decisions of the products that you get to buy, that makes me want to like back the hell out of that stuff and just like, because it's like, this, like, maybe they're not my buddy, but there's someone I can talk to and like they care about the consumer, and it's not some closed box that's missing your Captain America accessories. And that might be a reference to what you might have just got the other day, Jeremy.
That
but
wound
like,
is fresh, sir. That wound is fresh.
Sorry. Well, you know what I mean?
Sorry,
Like,
I got this guy. I picked him up at Walmart. No, Target.
Okay.
Where was I? Yeah, Target. Anyway, so plastic free packaging. Get him out of the box. He is missing his alternate head and the BAF piece, which are easily identified with plastic packaging, but you know, I was unable to. So,
What BAF piece did he come with?
Oh God, who is that?
Which set is that with?
Even no, what's
he's
on
still
the
got
back
the box.
of the box?
He's pissed about.
It's
that the Chad?
Puff Daddy.
Oh, Puff.
Puff.
Oh, is that the
Puff Adder.
is that like the
Yeah,
snake?
Puff Adder. There you go. There you go.
That's
Yeah,
the snake guy, right?
yeah, the
Yeah.
snake guy.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
I-
Ted.
Hey,
Welcome, Ted.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it's like getting into the indie line, like backing Jeremy there, right? Like one of the things I say is like part of that having the ability to talk to the companies and actually, interact with them, see them on like a ton of our community shows, seeing them come in and actually care about what people want, from and then honestly, like the door was open when I started watching the 3POA podcast and hearing Vala talk about his stuff, which then just led me down this rabbit hole of Jeremy's on this show for the Loose But Complete, and then it was like, oh wait, there's Hella Dope Toys who went on their show, and I was like, oh, these guys are sellers of products that I can get. Like, so being able to support those smaller people is definitely redefining where my dollars will be spent, similar to what Jeremy said.
I definitely think that, like, Bobby being on the show, albeit he rubs people the wrong way, and you just gotta, you gotta be able to take that, right? Because there's a lot of people in this world. There's a lot of people in this world that can't take it now, right? And they get kind of offended. But he is who he is, right? But he's real, right?
He's genuine,
right?
He's genuine. You gotta be yourself.
Yep. And then like Ted and Aaron, right? With them guys coming on and kind of getting to know, like they say, Nerdzoa is kind of the same way with that, as far as getting on YouTube and stuff. It's nice to see that like Ted and Aaron are real people. Matt from Nerdzoic is a real dude, right? He's
yeah.
Right. I mean, it's nice to see that those guys are out there. It makes it a lot easier to spend that dollar there, because I'd rather give it to Ted and Aaron, knowing that it's going to those guys, as opposed to Walmart, who's going to give it to Hasbro, and what portion of it goes wherever, and am I going to get what I'm actually buying, and everything else, right?
Take a step back there, Ed, right? When the money goes to Hella Dope, I know it's going to support the Mug Club that I'm still not officially a part of. So like it kind of burns me a little bit. I'm still drinking out of the bottle. So one of these days Ted will take care of me. I know that.
Well, the bottle's better than the nip, I guess. So you progressed a little bit, Travis.
But the thing about ordering from Hella Dope Toys is that every time that I do anyway, within a couple of hours, I've already got my notification.
Oh yeah,
100%.
sure.
Like, here's this is your tracking number, all this stuff. This is when it should be there. So
I have the product
really
within 72 hours of confirming the order, right? Every time.
Yeah.
I order on a Sunday, I have it by Wednesday when I get home from work. Every time.
For a while there. Go ahead. Sorry, Jeremy.
No, my apologies. Ted, I still have this Alf that you sent me that needs to be given away to somebody. So I gotta figure this out, because I feel bad having this just like sitting here,
No, figure it out, man. Figure it out.
You guys gotta bring this up for Ted. What's the price threshold for a mug?
Oh man,
I loved your comment earlier, Ted, about I sell toys and everybody wants mugs. Maybe you went into the wrong business, brother.
I just feel like it's like an elusive group, like you get to be a part of if that mug's there.
It really has become a status
the mug
symbol.
club. It's
become
the
a status
club.
symbol,
right?
It's the mug club.
It's the who's who
right now. Just so y'all know, Jeremy, myself, and Ted are much better than the rest of you guys, because we have mugs that say Hella Dope with our name on the handle right here.
But mine is the only one that has text inside the rim of the mug.
This is true.
Jeremy's is special. He cried so much. I was like, I gotta find something.
And then he gets to put the chip in the handle.
Guess what those tears did, right? The squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Yeah.
So everybody else needs to up your game.
So just a quick side note, Ed, can we change this layout? Your poor son. I'm looking at him. He's got a duck head.
How do we change it?
There's a button somewhere there around the middle area.
Dude, just put me up there. Nobody wants to see my face, dude. Just put me up there.
It's got squares, and I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how to. Let's see if I can do Shift 5.
Actually, hey, tell you what, I'm gonna back out. But I'll still be in the chat. No. So I'm gonna go. I'll still be in the chat watching the stream, but I'm going to back out because I didn't want to come here and hijack anyway. But thank you very, very much for having me.
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully
Jeremy,
we can-
where are you going to be at again tomorrow?
Tomorrow, if you're not subscribed to Articulated Chad, or I'm sorry, just It's Chad, which is like the full name conversion, will be done tomorrow. Go and check him out, because tomorrow on Memorial Day, he and I are starting a brand new series called Joe's Talking Joe, which is Articulated Chad and I going through GI Joe mythology and stories, and giving our analysis as combat veterans, right? That as to what they got right and what they got wrong.
Yeah.
And then also there's going to be more members from the community coming in, right? So if we need a sailor to come in and talk about a particular thing, like we have a couple of sailors that are on deck that are going to come in and speak as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So check that out.
Larry Hama on there too.
I don't think he's going to come on the stream, but I don't know. We'll see.
He's a good guy, man. I bet you he'd come on if you talked to him.
You know what? Yeah, I might. You know what? There's no. What's the Wayne Gretzky quote? You miss 100% of shots that you don't take, right? So
he's going to be at Joe Fest, so you could talk to him there in person.
I could definitely hit him up.
He's really a good guy. I sat with him probably for what, Luke? Maybe an hour at Nickel City when he was there. And he was showing me pictures on his phone of like the guy that was Wild Bill and the guy that turned into, so and so, and all these, all the guys that he based the characters on, these buddies with still from Vietnam and stuff. So he's a really like down to earth guy, right? I mean, I don't think he'd have a problem with it if he does streams. He might not do streams. That's the only thing, right? What's that mug?
It's my Helidope mug. It's my knockoff.
That is
one of a kind, handmade. It's all
handmade.
Those are going to go wild on eBay, man.
That is an unlicensed. It's an unlicensed product, sir.
It is one right there.
We're talking about third parties.
Between Chad and I, there's 35 years of Army experience there. I know I've got 36 months or 3 years downrange in a combat zone. I think Chad has just about the same as well. So, but yeah, we're gonna try to give our opinion, and I hate to say this, but maybe expertise, right?
Yeah.
And then dissect those stories and say, hey, they got this right and they got this wrong. So anyway, it's going to be a lot of fun. So check out Articulated Chad's channel tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central. What is that? 8 Eastern.
8 Eastern. Yep.
So anyway, well, hey, I'm going to be in the
chat.
Brother,
thanks for stopping by.
Hey, thank you very much for sending the link. I appreciate that.
Hey, no
it was
problem,
cool
man. Anytime.
with you, and hopefully we can do it again in the future.
Definitely, for sure.
Take it easy, Jeremy. Thanks.
Hey,
okay,
Jeremy.
Bye, everybody.
Just an update here, guys. You can go to my Instagram page, Mr. Wonderful, the Mr. Wonderful, and you can order your hella dope placeholder mug. Customized. It says Mr. Wonderful on here. It's it's the
what's it say on the front,
spot on, very spot on.
Missed hella dope placeholder.
Placeholder.
The hella dope placeholder mug.
That's awesome.
for those of us that want to be part of the mug club that just aren't quite there yet. I'm refocusing my attentions to a Kickstarter for the mug club. Hexastack is on hold for now.
All right, I missed the chat completely. I got a couple people in here. Thanos Copter, welcome. Duchess of Darkness, hello. I like that name.
I fully expect every guest moving
Dawning
forward
of a decade.
to do what I did.
Thanos Copter,
in advance of your
welcome.
Calls, just make themselves a hella dope placeholder mug. If they don't know where to get them, I have a ton of these in my cabinet downstairs, and I got markers right next to me.
Bob, welcome. Are you? Did you use
not nearly
one of
the
paint
quality
markers? Did you use a paint marker real quick? Oh man, paint markers are great. I love them.
One of these. Paint markers. Yep.
Yo, it's a very spot on mug. I mean, you did impressive work there.
Let's put it this way: if I was going to a hella dope in concert, and the guy outside was selling a mug, the hella dope mug, this is be kind of the quality, and you'd probably pay like $40-$50 for that. It doesn't have the cool ice look color to it like you guys have, but
Well, with a couple other markers, you could actually paint all white up here, and then kind of.
Come on,
fade it
man.
down.
We don't want to look exactly like it. We're going for the knockoff.
Right. I keep
You need to
telling.
spell a couple of those words wrong, like "hell's dope" or something.
So as I was typing it off camera real quick, because I ran downstairs, grabbed one out of the cabinet, I was like, "Oh, let me do this real quick." I was like, "Am I spelling hella dope correctly?" And then I'm like, "Yeah, this will work."
I always struggle whether there's a hyphen or not in there, because sometimes my brain just goes, "There needs to be a hyphen," but
Yeah, good deal. Cool, man. Hey,
Anyway,
so Ted. Oh, go ahead, Axon.
no, go. I thought Ted was going to say something, so
Yeah, no, I was just gonna ask Ted. So, what is your, you talk a lot about toys and what's coming and what you're selling, but what are you collecting?
So that's an interesting question because I am so content with what I have. I've actually slowed down a little bit.
Okay.
I was really big on the Marvel Legends in the 2015s. I got my Spider-Man base. I got my Jim Lee X-Men. I got my Sentinel. And then they released some, Masters of the Universe Origins. So I got in on that. So I am collecting those. I got in on the NECA animated Turtles and the movie Turtles. So I have just about all of that. The Hasbro Power Rangers, which I loved, but I'm a Mighty Morphin guy, so I'm pretty content on that as well.
Are you like you? So you're Mighty Morphin. I'm a huge Mighty Morphin. Tommy, all those guys, Jason, obviously. God rest Jason. So the real Green Rangers, Soul and whatnot. But my youngest son got into the Power Rangers and the Lightning ones, and like my favorite ones are the Mighty Morphin figures. And fortunately, we have the original ones with his head sculpt on it, because I don't think they're producing with his head sculpt anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing with him, but I'm glad I got it. Like I got the original Green Ranger, which is not like the television version. It was that special one, but I don't fucking care. Yep. I do have the television version, which I have signed by Jason David.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Right here. So I did grab
that's
that,
awesome.
and it is signed. So I'm never opening that. And that's got the long-haired unmasked. You can't see it, this glare.
Yeah, we have that one out of box because again, my plastic needs to breathe. But that one's an autograph, so it's a little different.
Yeah, no, and everything else is in the detolf here, even though half of it's toppled over, and I just don't have time to clean it.
I think if you had some really cool stands to stack them up on it, level up that collection, you might be able to, not have them fall over your detolf all the time.
I agree very much, and like I said, I would really like some like purple and yellow ones.
Dude, we can talk, man.
Awesome.
Ted, I'm telling you,
that out there.
Like we can talk, man. I'm definitely looking down the route of once this. I really do believe in the product and the outpour of love and appreciation from folks. There's been so many cool people. I always say cool. Everyone's cool that's been reaching out, but like the folks like Oz reached out to me when I was on your show last week and was like, let's get you in front of people and let's talk this product because there's a lot of folks that are going to want something like this. And, I joked and I talked to my wife. I was like, so I got a lot coming for Hexastack. It is, I'm in a process right now where I've talked to and been put in touch with some factories that can produce these on the, larger scale. There's going to be some upfront cost for that to get those produced. And because I'm having a hard time because the control aspect want to do it my way, the right way. And my concern is that the product that I can give people that if I go through a factory is going to require me to have a ton of molds created because of the customization and flexible peg holes. Fortunately, like I've confirmed that Savage Crucible, AWalk, and Valaverse all use the same peg hole, which is awesome. So my figures will, support, my stands will support that. They'll also have a peg hole option for G.I. Joe, WWE, Mattel, and a number of other ones, Power Ranger Lightning, the Star Wars figures. So those are coming and that'll be all part of the Kickstarter. There's a number of other things like there's textured there's half-inch display stands that will have textures. I've got brick, I've got stone, I've got some metal ones. there's a number of different options that will be presented as part of the Kickstarter, so folks can get a varying type of stand. Some of them may want to involve them in their displays, not just being displayed on a shelf, but just being displayed in their diorama. So some of those stone and wooden or rock and brick textured ones are going to provide them that opportunity. Going to a full-blown factory, I run into obstacles there, right? Because now I have to have molds for each one of those independent textures, and I have to justify the cost of a mold for a texture that may only have a subset of users that are interested in it. The same thing for the different peg holes. So I'm looking at my options there and trying to determine the best route, whether it be that way or, high resolution resin printing, which is where I'm at right now with my prototypes, is at the resin prints, which I've had some really good success. And in the last 72 hours or so, I've actually modified the model. Originally, the pegs were going to have, a removable feature that kind of clipped in, but I was running into some obstacles on that. But what I've done is I've actually bored out a little bit in there and included the 2 additional magnets in this stand, and then added a single magnet in each one of the pegs, so the pegs will be magnetized to be able to slip into the unit and create some additional stability within those tools. So there's just a lot that goes into it, and I'm constantly evolving the product even before it hits the Kickstarter. For instance, and this is the first time I'm talking about it, is that, and I'm going to try to switch my camera over here, Akxion, if you don't mind, just to
go
show
for it,
something.
man. I got you on solo screen. So if you're ready
Awesome.
to show it up.
Cool.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw it. Jim invited you to come on the lounge and talk anytime you're willing to.
Awesome. I will take you up on that, Jim.
Yeah, he's definitely got some good. He's got a pretty good audience. He's humble and doesn't think he does, but he's got a good audience. And then Aaron from Paint Toy Sample says he definitely could use some rocks and stones for a display.
Yeah, and that's where I'm going. So I'm gonna try to switch over to my phone camera, like virtually. Let me know if this works. I'm thinking it will, but let me see what happens here. Is that working?
I'm seeing a circle.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Okay,
yep,
cool.
There it is.
Awesome. So you can see on the right here, this is the stand. Oop, hold on a second. Sorry. Yeah, so you can see on the right here, this was one of the FDM PLA Plus stands here originally that I started out prototyping. And then you can see on the left here, and ignore like the discolorization. That's just some dirty water that I used to clean the unit when I was cleaning it. But you can see on here, it's weighted. It's actually a really solid weight in comparison to this. But what it is in here, you have these hexagonal plug holes. Each unit's going to come with 2 sets of plugs. It's going to come with the standard one, which is a flat base plug, which is going to be magnetized, and it's going to go in there, and it'll just give it a flush mount, so you can put like a pop on it or any other figure. But the new, the other ones are, you're going to be able to, in the Kickstarter, select for every starter pack or any any other expansion pack that you decide to purchase. You're going to be able to select the peg holes you want. So if you're a ultimate collector, you can pick those to be included in it. If you're a Valaverse, AWOC, or Savage Crucible collector, and you want to get those peg holes, those will be included. So you'll get a filler pair of filler for each stand, but you'll also be able to select one of the other for that package too. So going to the factory kind of limits me with the ability to do that, some of the flexibility. So having the ability to do this myself allows me a little bit more control until I can get enough. And I mean, if the backing gets big enough and the Kickstarter is successful enough, I could very well go to the factory for all the molds and do everything. But I got to see what the community looks. So far, the community has been really big about things even before the Kickstarter. So I'm really happy about that. But I want to make sure I'm able to deliver on things. The last thing I kind of want to talk about on the stand is, if you kind of envision the stands on your shelf, like in your bookshelf or whatever it is that you have, it'll kind of flush up against the wall there. I'm actually working on trying to come up with a unit that will be magnetized, that will be a square. It'll be like this triangular unit here. So it won't be massively thick, but I'm thinking as tall as 3 inches, so it can, kind of act as a flush flat wall mount, magnetized to your stand, and then with those 3-inch stands, you would have it, and it would have a lift off, kind of almost like a treasure chest almost, so you can lift it off and then add in your other things, like some additional accessory containers, so you could stuff your guns or other types of items in there. It's a little bit thinner, so it wouldn't be as spacious of a unit for the as the 3-inch stands have kind of hidden underneath, but trying to give the consumers an additional way to store it, but also give yourselves kind of like that flat shelf backing to fill in this empty space, and just kind of make the unit a little bit more modular and stuff. You could also put them in the front, things like that, where you're not necessarily using a hexagonal shaped unit. So just another one of the things that'll be an unlock as I move along with the product too. So I'm actually modeling that and running some tests on that this week. That's kind of the Hexa stack as an update. I know I kind of spun through a ton of stuff there, but hopefully it gives kind of some insight into what I'm looking to do.
No, it's all good, man. Appreciate it. Love you sharing it here. That's kind of what I was talking about with you the other day about like the type of finisher, because you can make that same kind of thing on the front side, just the same height as the 1-inch stand or half-inch stand, whatever the smallest one is, right? Because then you can finish it off, cover up the magnets, all that kind of stuff. It was basically
exactly, and you could use that for that, and that's kind of where I was going with it, is to kind of give it that closure piece to the stand, and instead of wasting space, right? Is like space is a premium, especially for figures and stuff. So yeah,
Aaron says he'll be inviting you onto his show too. So
yeah, at this time right now, I know I'm lined up with Oz. I was going to be on his show last night. I know he was feeling a little under the weather, so he and I are going to catch up and do another run where I'm going to get on. I'm hoping by end of this week and actually I have another run on the printer right now of some prototypes in the resin that have the updated magnetized peg holder features on it that I haven't had a chance to clean and cure yet, just because barbecuing and cleaning the yard and all that fun stuff today. So I'm hoping to have more in hand. I can confirm that I have talked to a few people, and I'm still trying to go to PowerCon, guys. I'm still trying to make it happen. I know today's like the last day to buy the discounted tickets, and I may have sent the link to my wife about 4 times through Facebook and text messaging. So, I keep reminding her that Father's Day is coming up and it would be awesome.
That's right.
So we'll see. But I know that I've talked to a few folks about potentially having my stands in place at PowerCon, and I'm trying to talk to others across the industry to see if we can have my stands in place. I know that there's a few folks that I've already promised to send some sample products out to. I'm actually going to be ordering the production. I'm doing a small lot order of production run product boxes this week. I'm hoping to have those in hand in the next 2 weeks, so I can get some demo samples out to folks with the starter packs. That's what I'll be sending out. Starter pack, I can officially say, is at a $30 price point. Like, this is official. It's $30 for the Kickstarters. It will be more once it's not on Kickstarter, but you're going to get a starter pack, which is going to come up with 6 stands. And like I said, each stand comes with the filler blocks, universal peg fillers, which just makes it a flat stand. And they'll also come with your choice of peg connectors. You can go with the universal, which is a smaller one that's intended to be able to fit most feet. My recommendation is if you go with those, it might be something where you're trying to save a little bit of money and you don't want to have a bunch of different sizes, and maybe use a little blue tack to help keep it in the foot if that's what you're looking to do. But there's other options, and I will, like I said, I do intend on making offerings for all of the mainstream figures, but I'm also trying to find the more common purchase figures to support the community too. If there's something out there that folks are collecting at this 6-inch scale, let me know. I'd be more than willing to, if I have to get my hands on a figure, I would definitely play around with those. I know I've got like the Jada Toys Street Fighter stuff coming, and as soon as I get those, my intention is if I own the figure, I'm gonna find a way to get a peg stand built for it. So yeah, officially,
Travis, you said $30. What's the
$30?
Going to actually come with?
I'm sorry. Thank you. 6
You're
stands. Right. Thank you, dude. All over the place. 6 stands. It's going to come with. Give me a second. I want to make sure I don't want to misspeak here. So let me just open up my sheet here. So I'm going to have this, the initial offering is going to be a starter pack. It's going to be $30, and it's going to come with 6 stands. It's going to come with 2 1/2-inch, 2 1-inch, 1 2-inch, and 1 3-inch. The 3-inch will have the storage unit in it, so you do get the storage unit right off of it. You can see an example of the starter pack on my Instagram, as I did take some pictures and kind of a little video there, reel or whatever, and show what a preview of the starter pack's going to be. Like I said, during Kickstarter, it's going to be $30. I haven't finalized the pricing out after Kickstarter because I do intend to work with other, companies to work on, selling those additionally, and partnering with them and potentially, listing them myself. But right now, I really want to try to get as many people as I can in the Kickstarter, so that way we can, keep the cost down for folks and get it off the ground. And then, I'm not trying to get rich off this. This is something I want to do, again, for the community and myself, and, just having a product that, if folks enjoy and it helps benefit everything. And yes, Largo, there is a flight stand I already have, and it's magnetized. And one of the cool things, which I was really excited about, is that I've already modeled it out. I'm making some tweaks, and I have to run a couple more prototypes on the printers. But I'm not sure if it's going to have like a waist clip or a back peg clip. I'm not 100% sure. I'm thinking it's going to go the waist clip, but I'm toying around with some resin types to see. I don't want to sell something that's going to be fragile and break. I want to make sure that it's going to be flexible and pliable, so that when it clips around the body, it's not, snapping or causing any kind of stress on the resin and stuff. So
is your flight stand going to be like the guy flying this way, or are you thinking about this way, or making it so you can do both?
So it has give me a second. I will tell you the number of pieces. What's going to be cool is it's, again, about modularity, right? So the base will have a magnet. It's magnet, so you can use it off the back, the rear magnets. So like, let's say, you put them on the 3-inch stand, you can, use the open magnet that's not being attached to anything, and you'll be able to use that to attach it to. So you could kind of have, let's say you're doing like an X-Men diorama or something, and you have your, X-Men from the 90s series. You got Storm, and you want to kind of fly her off the back. She can be flying over the back, and you could have like Cyclops standing or Wolverine standing in front on the same, stand, ideally. Or let's say you don't use this stand for a figure. These are magnet, so you'll be able to use the magnets in these to plug your, flight stand into. And the flight stands, each one of them, if you're purchasing the flight stand, let me get it in here. I'm just pulling up my screen so I can look at it. They each have, what is the measurement on this? So give me a second here. It comes with a 4-inch piece and another 3-inch piece. So you get about 7 inches of modularity and bending, so you can do that. And it's got a couple other attachment pieces, but the key is that you could technically buy 2 of these and potentially attach them together. The only issue you could run into is the weight of the figure potentially being too much for
For Marvel Legends, it probably won't matter, or Mezco, because those are both pretty light. But
exactly,
like this Alan the Alien, he's a hefty figure. He doesn't look much, but this guy's a hefty figure.
Yeah, so the idea is that you would be able to take that, and I would like to offer the ability to use swappable piece at the top, so you could potentially go with a waist clip, like go around the waist of the individual or the figure, or potentially take the waist piece off and attach like a back peg. So if it's something you only wanted to attach into someone's back, you could do that. Obviously, I know the back pegs are not going to be the strongest, so the waist one is going to give you more stability and and more dynamic flexibility, but I want to try to offer both if possible. So I haven't finalized that model and those prototypes, as they are more of they're going to be like a stretch goal piece, but there will be some sort of flight feature. And I don't know if, Largo, you've seen my my Facebook, or I'm sorry, my Instagram. I've posted some pictures on there where I was displaying some sports cards too, because again, yes, my focus is action figures, but I want to give folks an alternative to use for all of their displays. And, the more people we get interested into it, the more diversified the community is to purchase, the cheaper the product can be to make, and the more people are using it. So that's good. And what I'm doing is, it might be hard to see on camera, but I've modeled something like this. So this is a little stand, like you could put like your sports cards on, or like I have a broken enamel pill for or pin from Eddie Guerrero here. So, like you can put things on there like that. But I've modeled a piece like this that actually uses the hexagonal plugs with magnets that will be able to go right in your stand. So you'll be able to use it to display, let's say you have some graded sports cards, or you've got, you just recently purchased the Savage Crucible and you back that and you got those coins. Maybe you want to display those coins on your stands back there with that. So you'll have those that you can purchase too. So those are coming. Those I've run a couple tests on, had some failed prints, but they're coming along, and I'll definitely be offering a ton of options like that. So I'm really trying to diversify and that's the big thing, right? It's allowing flexibility, modular, and kind of inventive. If somebody's like, oh, I really want to display this type of thing, if it fits in this 3x3 section, or even if it expands beyond that and you got to stack 2 or 3 of these next to each other, there's ways we can do it, because I'm not tying you down to some simple clip or just some, stationary peg, which is really what I'm trying to go for, is diversifying it and allowing the product to be used by anyone for whatever it is that they're looking for.
Absolutely. So you got a couple of good comments in here. Let me pop through those real quick. So Aaron from Payne's Toy Sample says that's a great price point.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you. And I mean, I'll announce the prices right now on the other items too. Is, we have I have 4 expansion packs, and this is all just the stands. So the starter pack, I told you guys what that came with. Comes with 2 half-inch, it comes with 2 1-inch, comes with 1 2-inch, and then 1 3-inch. Again, the 3-inch comes with the storage, and they all come with their pegs and the base pegs, and it also comes with the peg of your choosing for the collection that you want for that starter pack. And I'm also going to be offering at least the half-inch expansion pack, a 1-inch expansion pack, and 2-inch expansion pack, and 3-inch expansion packs. Each one of them will come with 5 of their own size stands. I may look at doing, like pick 'em, but it kind of makes it harder from packaging and whatnot, and trying to simplify the process. But I'm trying to keep, again, those at lower price. You can get, 5 of those half-inch stands for around 25, and then I'm looking at 1-inch stands. You get them for 28, 36 for the 2-inch stands, and then for the 3-inch stands, I'm looking at about $42 for those 5. And all of those 3-inch stands come with the drawer for storage and everything. So that's the Kickstarter prices I'm looking at right now to keep it where as low as I can with making very minimal profit. And again, the idea here is the profit I'm using is just for my time, and I'm reinvesting all of my profit back into Hexastack with the intention to try to grow it and provide even more options.
And you're going to have it unlimited quantities for the Kickstarter, so someone could go in and order 25 of the starter packs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I being transparent here, I have already purchased my third printer, which I have not set up, and I'm building the mini factory in the basement. So this is happening one way or the other. If it ends up being backed and supported through Kickstarter, it's gonna happen that way. And then I'll be able to ramp up production and get things out faster. My target, if the Kickstarter funds and everything goes smoothly with the Kickstarter, is all signs point to it going well, just based on a week, having been on Helidope's show last week and all the feedback I've got. So many people are really, really impressed with it and keeping the price to where it is. Like I said, from day one, I'm not trying to get rich. I'm not trying to hit the community up and say, give me your money. These are accessories to your toys. They're accessories to my toys. It's just to make your, I know it's, I know it's not an articulated figure. So I know that this has to be in the right space, but I want it to enhance the collector's collection and experience. So I'm trying
the McFarlane model, right? He'd rather sell them and make a little profit than price them out too high and not sell any of them and make no profit. So there you go.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. And again, I'm taking all of the funds from this, reinvesting it so that I can, hopefully take this and eventually have it done in a factory where I can have it done at a level that is able to produce all of the little niche versions at a fair price point for everyone. The problem I run into going to the factory right now is I don't know that a factory is gonna be able to give me a price that's going to keep it in the space that I need it for folks out of the gate. So, and I don't want to compare myself to Savage Crucible by any sense, But as you know, or anybody that follows them knows that they had their own website where they did a lot of like customized heads and accessories for the Four Horsemen stuff, and they took that and they used that to help get themselves to the
for
Savage
sure.
Crucible level. And I kind of want to follow that model where I do this on my own through the Kickstarter, get things off the ground, and then eventually be able to produce that at a higher quantity for the consumer through a factory down the road, and bring them some other things. And I think someone asked me, like, do you want to make other toys and stuff? I like last week got me thinking, like, there are some things I want to do. I'm not a designer, but I have all sorts of like crazy ideas in my head. And like, if things go well through Hexastack, I don't think the brand will only have its name on just stands. My goal is to have the brand on other things in the long term too, partnering with others. And, you know, as long as what I'm doing is providing a value to this community, which has been so open armed to me, I'll be happy. Like, it's cool. Like, I'm telling all my family and friends, I'm like, hey, I came up with this cool thing. I got this patent in place. It was like a cool, goofy idea. And like, you know, everyone always gives me a hard time about playing with my toys and having action figures. And, you know,
this is why I'm not growing up.
Exactly. For me to turn it in my hobby into something that I can like really enjoy and then give back to the community that, like I said, has been so welcoming for the last year and a half, and like giving me a place to connect with folks like you and like
Absolutely.
Ted and Jeremy and Aaron and those guys, everyone who's Payne, who's chatted with me, you know, Oz, who's communicated with me. You know, everyone's just been so cool to just chat with, and give, you know, this guy from upstate New York an opportunity to not be the only nerd, you know? So,
well, you're not the only nerd in New York. We're on the opposite end of the state, but we're not the only nerds in New York.
Exactly.
And Teflon, who was on earlier, he's from
he's down in Long Island, right?
Yeah,
down that way.
Exactly.
Yep.
So I don't know what Payne's talking about here, but something about a strap for a vintage Masters of the Universe. I don't know anything about what he's talking about, but must be something
the
to do with
strap style for the Masters of the Universe.
Must be some.
Ted, you know what that is? Hey, Payne, if you
Luke,
could do me a favor.
And then our buddy Ted here says him and Largo need a boggling stand option.
If there's a way to do it, we can talk, man. I can, like, I didn't realize how simple things were going to be.
That hex head would have to be about 8 inches long or 8 inches in diameter in order to work for that.
It's a big peg. It's a girthy boy.
Okay. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from taking those magnets. These are strong magnets that I have in here, but there's nothing stopping us from, you know, putting the magnets on there and then taking a cylinder type stand that, you know, shoots up from the stand, and, you know, you're able to slap those boglins on there. And these resin prints, they're with the magnets, and I'm adding 2 more magnets to it. They're pretty solid. Like, I haven't weighed them out, but like, I'm really happy with the way they feel. Like, they don't feel cheap. They don't feel like they're going to be brittle or break in your hand. So, yeah. And here's
an idea from Jim, who I didn't even think about this. I have a few challenge coins from my time in the service that this would be perfect for that. They're kind of, those, like, you know, you could use those basically like the card displays that you're making for that, but same way they put the pin on there. But you know, like challenge coins, one of the, I think Savage Crucible just released some, and I think a couple other companies have done it in the past.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And I don't know where my Savage Crucible coins are right now. Oh, they're on my shelf over there. But yeah, that's what I was talking about, is like those card stands. They could be used for like the Savage Crucible coins if you wanted to display them on your stands and stuff.
Here's an interesting fact from the man himself. Fun fact: Kickstarter campaigns that don't have a $30 or less product or tier usually do not fund. So that's good to know.
That's good to know. Hey, I'm right on point then. Okay, so Payne says they don't have pegs. Okay.
So they don't have holes in the feet. So yeah.
So you would need something to slip in. Okay.
Yeah. So it's kind of like I was talking to you about with the 1/6 scale stands, that you could obviously make that hex a little bigger than something, but like here I can actually show you. So the stands most of the time for 1/6 scale are kind of like this.
Okay.
Where it's just a pole with a thing that wraps around the waist, right?
Gotcha.
But like this guy, you can't see it because I have his vest over top of it.
Right.
But most of the time it interferes with the uniform. So
gotcha.
You know, and being cloth, it kind of makes a mess of it. It makes it look kind of retarded. I guess we're not supposed to use that word. It makes it look ridiculous. But same with Mesco stands, right? They're kind of the same way, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, so with that, there's other competitors out there that have their stands and I found these after I got my patent in play and started my business. I found there's an alternative company out there, and I'm not afraid to mention them because I still think my product price point is better, and I think the product itself is more dynamic. They do have they have like a slip stand piece. I think that Payne's kind of talking about. The only problem with that is I don't want to mimic what they have, so I need to look into that, Payne. And I'll take a look at your picture. I'll see if I can come up with something. I've seen something that kind of, like I said, there's like a competitor out there that has a stand, and like they have like this piece that goes like this, and you can slip the feet in there. I didn't like the way those looked. So, and again, that might be my bias because I had already started my product and then I found theirs. And I was like, I don't really like that. Mine's better. But that's just me being probably like, he's got, mommy and daddy glasses on, and I have my baby versus somebody else's. So the slip stand is not something I'm a huge fan of. But if the consumer needs something and they're investing in the Hexa stack and there's a justifiable reason, I would be more than pleased with coming up with an alternative peg to support holding someone's alternative, like the He-Man or the Masterverse Classics figures. So I'll take a look at that for sure.
Awesome. All right, well, that catches us up with the chat for most of that.
Cool. And thank you, Ed, for the platform again.
Hey, no problem,
to speak
man.
on the
Appreciate
product,
it.
man. You've been there's a couple folks that have been so supportive of this product since the moment I mentioned it, and you and Jeremy were number 1 and 2, and then Ted and Aaron were like a close third there. So I know they gave me the platform to get on last week, so they're right there. But
I told you the other day, man, yours is gonna be the first actual Kickstarter that I back. And
thank you so much, brother.
You can ask Luke. I do not use stands. I don't use any kind of wire tricks or anything, man. If I can't stand the figure and the pose that I'm going for, it doesn't get taken, right? So for me to back a stand,
I'm the same way. I don't like
right?
stands. Yeah. No, see, and I don't like stands either. Like I said, Valaverse has my favorite stand that's on the market, like of what somebody's produced and attached.
Right.
I've always been one of those people that gave them away and stuff. Yeah, they look cool as hell, right? Like I like what they've done, but I still sold them because I'm not a stand guy. This stand brings me to yeah, no, you're 100%, Jeremy. 100%. That's why I come to you and ask you what your thoughts were, brother.
Always got the words of wisdom for you. Nobody has another child.
I like these stands, and I like the idea, not because you need a peg, because you could, if you collect figures like we do, right? If you collect the Akxion-Verse, you don't need pegs. You could use the flat pegs. All the pegs do is give you some extra stability for that angry moment when you slam your door and you shake the walls and things, stumble, if potentially bend over. But this is about the tiered approach, the modularity, and bringing your whole display together, using that wasted space above the shelf.
Right. Your whole thing with your stand, though, is really more of a display option than really just for needing a stand, right? Because I mean, even the old GI Joes back in the day, 3 3/4 inch came with a stand that I never used, right? Star Wars came with stands. There were people selling all sorts of those stands, right? You could put the little sticker on the front with the name and all that stuff. Never used them as a kid. Action Force, they make some quality stands and it's nice for a display for one level, but like your Hexa stack, being able to do the 1/2 inch, then build up. I mean, you could do 4 rows of figures and still be able to see all of them, which is incredible.
Yeah. And then right now I've got them sitting next to me here, and I've got my son's pops on them. If you checked out Instagram,
I shared that for you earlier. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like it works with the pops and like things like that. I'm really trying to make sure what I have can touch as it can fit for so many people. And one of the things that I didn't really mention tonight is the front nameplates. I know I mentioned those last week. Those are something that's going to be part of the process to order. It's kind of hard to see on camera, but it's basically a little stand that leverages that front magnet on the top of the stand. Thank you. So it's this stand here, and this is just an early prototype. This is actually version 1, but you'll be able to slip something in here. You could potentially like glue a name plate or whatever it is that you want, if you wanted to display some content in front of it. And it all again leverages that same common magnet that you're able to use right on the top. And the idea here is the top stand, if you're not using this magnet, you can put it here. And additionally, one of the things that I'm working on prototyping is like a gun rack backdrop that will leverage and attach to the back magnets. So you can use like, hang your guns in the back, for your Action Force or your other figures and stuff.
Is that little data plate going to be one of your add-ons for the Kickstarter? Or okay.
Yep. Yeah. Everything outside of the starter pack is going to be kind of those unlocks when we reach certain tiers. So the flight stand, the patterns, the different patterns will unlock the gun backdrop, the front nameplate. Those will all be different tiers. The additional storage container, the 3-inch additional standalone storage container, which can also be used to kind of like, because it's gonna be 3 inches tall. It's gonna be even with those 3-inch plates in the back. You could leverage that for self. It's not gonna have a peg hole on it, so you won't be able to like attach a guy's foot or anything, but it won't have any magnets on the top, but it will have the ability to kind of like take the foot and, because it's level with your 3-inch stacks, you could use that as a potential, extra area if you wanted to spread your guy's legs out wide and put something off to the side or something. So real
quick, Travis, you got the picture of you got that picture available with your figure standing on it. I think you had one that you posted on IG today or yesterday with the Action Force that you can show everybody. Because I don't know if everybody I'm sure everybody has seen it, but I know Luke probably hasn't seen it. And let's get his opinion on it.
Okay. I've not really shared screens here before, so
I don't know how to do it either.
I'm going to try to present. So I'll present right on my Instagram here. Let's see. Share screen here. Let's see. Can you make me not the large screen?
Yep.
Because right now I think they're seeing me on video. Is there a way that I can share this? Oh, there it goes. Maybe if we can make, can we make that one bigger?
Go full
Perfect.
screen on that. There we go.
There it is. And then I'll just do a little zoom in here.
Yeah. Be interesting to get Luke's opinion on this for what he thinks about this new setup.
See the Action Force and some GI Joes on there, all standing on the pegs, and these are all just prototype models of them, different various versions. Some of the peg holes are different and stuff, but the idea was just showing them all kind of interconnected and giving you that different tiered stack on there. And you can see I also have some pops here. You can see those again using the different tiers, so you can see all the different characters. You have your ground level, so not on the bases, and then you have them tiered up, so you have the different stands.
So basically from the shelf platform, you got 1/2 inch, 1 inch, 2 inch, and 3 inch. So you could really have 5 levels of figures.
Well, it's even like you can go beyond that, right? Because let's say that's
you can stack them on top of each other, right?
Right, because they're interlocking and they stack on top of each other. You can take this 1 inch and you can put it on a 2 inch. So now you have a 2.5 inch display.
Right.
So you have a 3.5 inch display, or you take the 1/2 inch and you put it on a 1 inch. Now you have 1.5. So you could really, depending on how deep that shelf is and what you're trying to, how you're trying to display it, you have that modularity to adjust and tier it so varying. You can get things like, this right here, right? So like they're really all kind of in varying stances here with the Action Force. I think I've got and this is just some of the prototypes early on with some resin, and,
so
and here's a picture of
what's
that
an
case.
average bookshelf from like Walmart, let's say, right? One of the cheap solder furniture style ones.
So I have like a fairly cheap white bookshelf here at my house, and
they're probably like what, 11 inches deep maybe.
So this one is 11.5 inches deep, and it's a foot. Like I have the adjustable shelves on mine, so you could potentially have each box I have, just to make it fit equally, is about 12 inches. So you've got 11.5 inches deep. Each one of these stands from front to back is it's just shy of 3 inches from end to end. Or actually, no, I'm sorry. It's actually 3 inches end to end on each side. Sorry. Yeah, I ended up going with 3x3. Right. So, 11 inches, you're able to fit 3 of these deep, but you have to remember they're interlocking, right? And they don't, it's not edge to edge. So the layers are kind of overlapping each other, right? So if you look, where's a good example? I've got some earlier pictures here. I think on maybe this one. Oh, maybe I didn't post them. Oh, they're right here, right? So you kind of have, they're not halfway over them, but you have the depth there that kind of gives you, part of the stand is overlapping. So you're going to be able to fit these pretty deep. I haven't actually taken an entire layer of them and layered them from front to back of my, 11.5-inch shelf. But as part of the commercial and stuff that I'm getting produced for the Kickstarter, which is going to be pretty cool. It's going to have that kind of old school early 90s theme to it. We'll show that stuff on the screen. I think I showed all the pictures and images.
Yeah.
This is some of the prototype boxes coming. So we got the Hexastack branding. These are going to be what you're going to see. Hoping to have a couple of these in folks' hands in PowerCon so that they can show folks those and people can see them. Hopefully you'll see some of those in the hands of other YouTubers, kind of giving their evaluations on them, because I want folks to see it. I don't want people quote unquote shilling, right? Like, I just want them to give me their honest feedback, and hopefully if I've done a good job with the product, it will sell itself, between that and, the need that folks have for some cool displays. Hopefully that feedback will be good.
Well, I know I'll be definitely shilling for Hexastack as well as Jeremy will. So
Awesome.
probably Ted and Aaron as well. So what do you think about that, Luke?
I think that's actually pretty sick, because I think the part where you can actually, like, in the taller one where you can, like, put the thing inside of it with the little case, I think that's pretty awesome. Like,
Yeah, last week on Hella Dope, Travis showed it can hold. Well, you know how many accessories come with a Action Force dude, right? So 8 hands plus the ones they're carrying and extra heads, helmets and stuff. You can pretty much fit a handful of accessories inside that little drawer in the 3-inch one.
Yeah, which I've considered putting in a 2-inch one, but you just don't get enough room in there. The 3 inches gives you enough room that you can store a quality. I've done some prototypes with it, and the smaller bin just isn't deep enough to justify the extra expense that it would have to cost to produce that. So what I've done is I've opted to just make it for the 3-inch ones. And really, it's so deep. There are some figures that do come with like a large amount of accessories, and the more independent you get into it, seems like it's so funny, right? And I think Jeremy, was talking about, going more independent line. You get more stuff for the indie lines than you do in some of these Hasbro and Mattel figures. So it's really cool. Like the 5K toys that you mentioned that I've been picking up. So yes.
That's what she said.
That's all that matters. That's great. Thank you, Payne. I appreciate it. Yeah. So I'm right now, I'm currently sticking to the 3-inch stands for that. It's to say that I will only do that in 3-inch for now. That's where we're going. But again, I'm going to repeat what I said in the beginning. There's not going to be a Hexastack 2.0. Like, it's right. It's going to grow. There will be changes and modifications, but everything you buy during the Kickstarter, it will be anything that comes out after the Kickstarter or down the road. It will be backwards compatible and workable with the Kickstarter stands. I refuse to put a product out there that is going to nickel and dime someone and make them rebuy all their stands. That is the core philosophy behind these removable pegs, right? Like, if an industry standard changes on an action figure and the peg hole changes and somebody decides to go with a different factory or a different mod and whatnot, all you have to do is replace that. Once I get one of them in my hands, I'm going to sit there and model it. I'm going to come up with a new peg, going to slap some magnets in it. And now you have, you got to make a purchase, but you just have to replace those pieces. You're still going to work with all of your other stand parts and stuff. Everything's going to work together. And
so that big battle dinosaur you got, I can't remember what the hell the name of that company is.
Yeah.
What's the footprint on that?
Give me a second. My youngest son was, as I quote, while I was cleaning out the pool today, I asked him what he was doing. Dad, I'm inside playing with your AWOCs, which the
good boy. How old is he?
This one, he's 12.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. Yep. No, we don't grow out of toys in the Fitzgerald household.
That's right.
We're playing with toys forever. So, give me 1 second. I'll put it on a stand. This is a very heavy figure.
Yeah. So
this would take up, you're better off standing this on probably like 2 Hexastacks. And, these don't use foot pegs. And, there's like I said before, when Payne was talking about, and I'll try to get my camera going in a second so you can see what that looks like. This it's a monster, right? So
Yeah, those figures are
in
what?
there.
Probably like 7, 8 inches tall.
Yeah, they're there, but it's more about just like that weight of the figure, right?
Yeah.
So the
I
weight
know
of the
they're
figures,
solid, right?
yeah. Oh, they're heavy. They're heavy
Yeah.
duty. Let me see if I can switch back over to that other camera here, and it's gonna be a little wobbly because it's just in my hand. Give me 1 second.
That's all right. Ted and I have had enough beers. Everything's wobbly, right, Ted?
Okay.
Start that at 10 a.m.
It's Sunday. What else you gonna do?
There we go. Ah, man, it's frozen up here, so it's not showing that camera.
Yeah.
Hold on. Maybe I got to do it that way.
Oh no.
I'm not sure. Give me 1 second. You guys are seeing me. Let's go to my camera. Okay.
You good? All right, there you go. Now you got it.
We showing? Oh,
Yep.
man, it went away. It disconnected. Sorry, guys.
That's
I
all right.
apologize.
It keeps flashing back in and out. I don't know what's going on there.
There it goes. Okay, so it's in, connected to Mac.
There you
Okay,
go.
here we go. So you can see I have it on there, but it's a weighted figure, so it's pretty heavy. But the thing with these is they don't have pegs.
Yeah.
And like I said, the competitor, there's a competitor out there that has a similar, I'll say similar stand. It's different. It's using a similar shape, but they have a standardized foot peg or no peg. But theirs is like, I think like a clasp, but it's not ever going to fit this foot. Like at least what they have right now is not going to fit this foot. So
did that figure come with a stand from the company?
No, this figure
No?
doesn't come with a stand. Like this is a figure
But they
that
got the tail, right, that holds it up, right? So it's basically
Exactly.
got 3 points touching the ground, right? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, it's a big figure, right? So
Yeah.
like these are big. That's one of the benefits of the fact that I did reach out and confirm. One of my things was I wanted to make sure the Kickstarter was going to work with what is it, the Savage Crucible, because I know is a huge product that recently came out. It's one that I backed. I have a personal reason for wanting it because I want that. I want the stands there for those. So I confirmed that they're going to have the same peg hole as other products out there. So I can definitely make sure that the peg hole works for them. But with these bigger ones, I run into an issue. So, I got a few other figs. There's this, what is it there? There's like that Zeus one that I got with a bloody Zeus, I think. Folks probably saw that on like, who was it there? The Ninja, Articulated Ninja had displayed it. He did a review. But like a lot of these 5K Toys ones I'm finding, they don't have foot pegs. So, Payne did point out something I need to think about is how do I support the consumer that has, something that doesn't have a foot peg hole. So I do need to look
like
into
in 1/6 scale, a lot of times they have like the Y that comes up and you just set the figures. It holds basically the crotch of the figure, right? Problem with that is in what is quote unquote 1/12 scale, you have everything from basically 5.8 inches up to what 7.2 really, even though 7.2 isn't in 12 scale, but they still consider that part of it, right? Because that Zeus is like what 7 inches tall basically, right?
Yeah, I mean he's a pretty big boy in comparison. Like he's about 7 inches, just shy of 7, maybe right on about the 7-inch mark. Yeah. But he doesn't have a foot peg. So the thing is, I am gonna have to look at doing something with like a slide-in feature.
Something like Master of the Universe. You could also do like a thigh grip, right? Like just a clamp that goes around the thigh, takes away from the figure a little bit. Yeah. But most of the Masters of the Universe figures all have the same legs, right? I mean, they're just painted differently, maybe it's different boot style or whatever at the bottom, but the legs are all the same. So,
yeah. I think you got me on full screen. I don't know if you want to go back. Yeah, perfect. Yep. I saw Payne mentioned in there the stone and rock grassy stands to be modular and snap over the existing. So here's the thing, Payne. I'm only going to release the textured. So I'm just going to call them textured because I have stone, I have brick, I have a metal great style one. I have like a sci-fi one for those that are Star Wars-ish like figures. I'm really trying to make sure I catch all the collectors' needs for whether it be a standard display on the shelf or maybe something that would be aligned within like their diorama setup if they want. I'm only going to, you won't be able to, at least right now, my plan is not to print and provide and create the 3-inch textured stand. So your 3-inch stand is not, or 2-inch stand is not going to have a textured top. What I'm going with, and this is what I think is really cool, is that I'm only going to offer the texture stands in the 1/2-inch stands because again, it's modular. And I think you started to talk about that because they snap over. So that's the key, right? And here's what I don't know that people have necessarily considered. You can see it on my screen here. You don't have to go big, but there's magnets, right? There's magnets at the bottom. There's magnets now at the top. So you've added additional stability to your unit and your display if needed, because you could do, your 1/2-inch on there, but then you just got 2 magnets wasted down in the bottom. One of the recommendations as I coach people on how to use these is use your 1/2-inch stands on top, because now you have a magnet here and a magnet here. So if you have a parallel unit that attaches next to it, you're able to attach here and here, adding additional stability between the stands. So if you're stacking, let's say this monstrous 5K toy, you now have more connections to the unit, adding more stability to it so that things don't tip over and break and bend on you. But again,
That's probably
going back
pretty
to
reasonable though, because as far as the texture goes, like let's just say you want to throw it into the middle of a diorama, right? So most people use 1/2-inch to 1-inch foam for the base of a diorama. So I mean,
Yep.
Technically speaking, you're not going to need a 2-inch stone or 3-inch stone unless you want to, like you said, do something strange and then throw it on top of throw a 1/2-inch on top of it too.
Exactly. And but maybe you're somebody who's into the sci-fi stuff, right? And you want to display, you're still doing a wall display of Star Wars stuff in your in your shelf, but you only want to display, you want to display it with that sci-fi look, or you want to do it with the AWOCs and you want to have like a stone look to it. Well, you can take those, you can pop them on, you buy them in the 1/2-inch and you just pop them on top of your your 2-inch or your 3 inches. And now those 2 inches and 3 inches have essentially become textured stands with that other one on top. And if you want to go back to non-textured, you pull it off and you don't have to have the texture. And those textures units, they're going to come into, the pricing on the textured units doesn't cost more. Right now, my plan is for those textured units, you can buy a expansion pack of textured units. And if I'm producing them, it's going to be the same. If I get to the factory, maybe pricing's a little different because of MLQs and all that stuff. But if I'm producing them myself, through that, it's all going to be around the same price, because a 1/2-inch stand's a 1/2-inch stand. I've designed it. It's all me. I'm not paying any sculptors. I'm not having to pay anybody else to build this stuff for me. I'm doing this, pouring my blood, sweat, and tears into it. So, I ran off a bunch yesterday and printed them, and I came home and there was unfortunately some resin stuck inside the shell because I didn't have proper drip holes in them. And I looked on my desk and I had exploded resin, stands on my desk. That will not happen to the product in consumers' hands. That's why we're working through prototypes right now.
Yeah. Well, like I was just thinking, I don't know, Random Diorama or Radnom was in the chat earlier.
Radnom.
And he made that one video a couple weeks back there of the modular display base he was building, right? And I believe he used 1-inch foam for the base of that. But imagine like you could cut a hexagon shape out of that foam, stick a couple magnets down inside there, so when you slide that hexastack in there 1-inch with the texture, you could actually make it flow right into that thing, and you could put them throughout your whole diorama, and you'd actually have a solid stand up for your figures to stand on, especially if you have those older figures that don't like to stand up by themselves. So
yeah, and so me being the geek that I am, I ran and I backed Jeremy and Jason's Primal Battles, if I'm using the right term, for the AWOC stuff.
That's
so I went and bought that as soon as I think I actually might have bought it. I was told I was the number 2 purchaser of it, because they were talking about it. I was kind of getting fishy. I'm like, they're launching this here in a couple minutes. So I went to the website and I was able to add it to my cart before they announced it. So I was like, oh, I'm purchasing this shit. Like,
you're only number 2 because New York State had other taxes, and that was the only reason why you're.
That's probably what it was too. But what I want to do is I want to build like a diorama for that game. Like I want to build the board game in a 3-dimensional shape, but I kind of want to use my hexastacks in there so I have the magnetic pieces to kind of, and have that whole kind of flowing through the hexastack stands and be able to use it in a way that I can, if I set that up on my game table, I can have that set. They're on the pegs, they're standing in there. If I play a part of the game now and then I got to walk away, or if we're doing a live stream and we're playing the game together and we only have an hour to do tonight and we're going to do a continuation next week, there's that opportunity. And then my stands using the magnets and stuff, and everything stays in place till the next round. So that's kind of what I want to do.
Shout out to Jeremy for that awesome game that he developed.
If you haven't got that game and you're into that type of stuff, I totally, hell, if you're not even into that stuff, but you're into the AWOCs, find a reason to play with your plastic. Like, go out there and get that game and we'll all play together. Like,
I was
it'll be
playing
fun.
with this today.
I have the same setup. I actually picked up that same
with,
I bought that horse from who did I buy that from? It was some oh, you know who it was? It's these guys. Helidope. I got that horse from Helidope.
You mean it was these guys?
Nah, that's the knockoff.
Oh, that's the knockoff company. This is Hell's Dopas. I got this at the $1.25 store. It's Hell's Dopas.
Awesome. I'm gonna start a rival company called Hella Whack, and
yeah, I actually was gonna get my horse from Hella Dope, but they were sold out by the time I got around to buying the damn. I watched that horse for like a month and a half, thinking I should really just pull the trigger on it. And then I went on there and I was like, damn, it's sold out. And then I messaged, I don't know if it was Ted or Aaron, because you can never tell from Hella Dope, but I was like, are you guys getting any more of these? And they're like, no, we're getting nothing left of those. So I was like, damn. But I did get my my Dubon figure that
Luke, I like it.
What do you got there, Luke?
That's the version 2
bottle, a Hella Dope Dr. Pepper.
Luke, what you sipping on?
Let's bring in Luke here.
There's absolutely Luke? Oh, there's nothing in here. This is got a
mason jar, a Hella Dope mason jar. There you go, Ted.
Hey, for the record, there's nothing in mine either. I just lie every week.
Except for the week that we did a 3-hour stream when there's blue champagne, then you had to cry about
it. No more blue champagne. Never again. No more.
There's gonna be a rival mug club starting up soon here, Ted. It's gonna be like
it's gonna be the knockoff mug club.
No, I absolutely love it, man. Absolutely love it. Knock off away, man. Knock off away. Like and it bums me out because I love these mugs and I know everybody loves these mugs, and Chloe loved making these mugs until she had to make so many of them. And now I'm like, yo, I need like another 2 or 3 mugs. She's just like, oh. She's like, it's just so boring to make. And I'm like, girl, I
think these cans are 14 ounces because they're special cans, but I could fit probably 1.5 of these. Actually says SpongeBob on there, like that with SpongeBob's skull.
And who makes those there?
This is a local brewery called Steelbound.
Okay.
They're actually out of Ellicottville, New York, big ski resort. Okay. But they just opened up in Springville, which is 5 minutes from here where we basically live. They open up a second location and they sell it on the tap. It's actually better in draft than it is in the can, but
okay.
It's like $12 for a 4-pack. So, but I could fit probably 1.5 of those in this cup.
Do you have you had Equilibrium from down south here from where I am?
No, I don't think I've had Equilibrium.
Yeah, they're a local brewery. I actually it's one of the I'm not a big beer drinker, but I will from time to time have a craft beer. And typically, my buddies who are big craft beer guys, they're into the treehouse stuff out here out in Western Mass. And one of the other ones is Equilibrium, and that's one that's a little down south towards, I want to say Newburgh-ish. So, luckily we can get the Equilibrium out of the stores up here.
I'm a big hard cider guy. So
okay.
I usually drink hard cider, but I found this, I go to that bar Steelbound with my brother and my cousin once every few months. And, I like to just try different things. I tried the Sponge Bomb and I was like, man, this stuff is awesome. So
that's cool.
I've been just drinking that ever since, but they sell it at a couple of the local, like the gas station, and then they sell it out of the actual bar, and then a couple other places around here actually sell it. So
Yeah.
So can I make a couple comments?
Yeah, man.
Just,
Make
tell
away.
Tell us how much I suck.
Just no. It's just in general. These are general comments. I just got to get through them before this makes me forget. One, I like the idea of a father-son toy live stream. I think you should do this more. I don't
Perfect.
think you should do it Sunday at 9:00 because then I can't watch it. But I definitely think you should do that. Damn, I already forgot all the rest of my notes. Oh no, yes. Secondly,
Well, we know you can't read them because they're over here on the side and they keep falling down on you.
I have them actually right here today. So secondly, I'm awfully jealous because your first stream, you know, you and your son, and you bring in Mr. Wonderful, and you just blow up, absolutely blow up. It took us like 4 months to get anybody to watch us. So the fact that people showed up here today is
I'm pretty happy.
absolutely amazing.
I thank you all for showing up. I really do.
It just shows how awesome our community is.
Absolutely.
And the fact that they came out here to show the love, man, that is amazing. And yeah, no, like you guys should keep rocking on. Oh yeah. Also, it took me 4 months to get Jeremy on my show. And you just did it. And you're like, oh, we're 15 minutes into our first episode. Jeremy, you want to come on? He's like, yeah, sure. I'd love to do that. And then I'm just like,
It's an army
what?
thing. It's an army thing, Ted.
So 2 things on that real quick. One, I'm sure it has something to do with the army thing. Ton of respect for that. And thank you both for your service. Number 2, that goes to Jeremy's character. The dude is legitimately one of the coolest dudes that I've met in an online environment. And that's not to speak against anyone else that I'm talking to right now, because you guys are awesome too. But the guy doesn't know me. And I messaged him in a chat. And I kid you not, within an hour of talking to him about an idea from some random dude on the internet, he was like, do you want to talk? And I was like, yeah, dude, like, let's talk. So he gave me like 30 minutes of his time just to talk through some things and tell me if I was an idiot or if I was headed down the right direction. And that's just Jeremy. He's just a good dude.
That's like, I loved it on, I think it was Payne's show on Friday night. Was it Highly Articulated, talking about Jeremy? Talking about how Jeremy pretends to be this somber, depressed dude. He's really like the most positive guy that he knows. Like,
so I have an awkward story about when I was booking Jeremy for the show, and like I was just messaging him through, I think it was Instagram at the time. I do a lot of Facebook Messenger with him now, but I was just messaging him something like confirming the show or something like that, and was super geeked out about it, really excited. And somehow I ended up Instagram like FaceTiming him, and it's just going and I'm like, oh fuck, please don't answer, I'm just pounding this thing trying to make it end. And then afterwards he's like, no bro, it's cool, I'm free, you want to talk? And I was like, I do, but it was an accident. So no, Jeremy's an amazing guy and always free to chat, and also a wonderful guest, wonderful chat participant. And you know, and he takes a ribbon real well. So, you know, you can give Jeremy shit and he'll give it right back super fast, super fucking
Jim.
fast. But yeah, that's all the nice things I have to say about Jeremy. Now I'm just going to go back to disrespecting him.
Well, I gotta tell you, like, I actually like the 3POA, you know, it's a huge thing, right? I mean, like, you got the 3POA loose but complete, and then the 3POA, the actual show, right? And I actually find it more enjoyable to watch the Wednesday nights, because I think it's like with Jeremy on there, and this is nothing against Bobby or Tony, right? But I think with Jeremy on there, it's actually like more lighthearted, and it's just kind of like, you know, playful, I guess is kind of the word for it, right? It's just like those guys are just having a good time talking about a topic loosely, right? Where, you know, like sometimes with Bobby and Tony and Ryan, it can get a little intense and dramatic sometimes, and it's like, holy, right? It's like,
yeah, they found their rhythm. I think it took them a little bit, but they found a rhythm, and it works well. And yeah, now it might eat 75% of the show, but it works well and it's entertaining.
Right.
And like Wednesday nights, man, I go unboxing art, loose but complete immediately afterwards. It's a good pairing. Fine.
I was supposed to show my ponytail off for Luke. Can you see it, Luke?
Looks awesome.
Thanks.
Didn't even know that was there.
Yeah.
You should see his hair completely without the ponytail.
Bet it's
They
hot.
saw it. I posted that
It's so
picture the other
long.
day in my
It's crazy.
my Monday mental health days with my hair down to
Mhm.
my face and the mohawk.
Mhm.
You did see it.
Beautiful. I can't do that anymore.
Hey. That's why I keep telling my kids, right? I'm 50. If I can have this kind of hair at 50, I'm going to keep it as long as I can, right?
Oh yeah, no, for 50, great head of hair. Super jealous.
Yeah.
You get
My-
more viewers on your first show than me. You got better hair than me. You got Jeremy, like in 15 minutes, you got Mr. Wonderful on here freaking selling stands.
You guys don't know, but actually, me and Mr. Wonderful are pretty good friends now, thanks to the Hella Dope show. But we started talking, I don't know, maybe 8 weeks ago,
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
like that. Just like every day we're messaging each other on Instagram, but it's only because we started chatting in your show. So,
Yep.
so thank you, Ted.
That's lovely. Look, you
We're
know
hella-
what?
You're a matchmaker.
dope.
We're hella dopers.
Hella dopers, man. You coined the phrase, man. Luke,
Mhm.
you should be proud of your father. He created the term hella dopers, and that is the name of whatever weird cult I create 5 years from now. The hella dopers.
Will we be sipping on some Kool-Aid?
Oh, we will be sipping on some Kool-Aid. Luke's gonna be like, Dad, I really don't think you should do this anymore. And he's like, yeah, it's fine. We all got mugs. It's cool.
Yeah, we got mugs full of great
It's
Kool-Aid.
Delicious.
Great Kool-Aid's the best.
We'll have Jedi robes. It's gonna be great.
That's right.
Yep.
Followed by
No,
lime.
that's absolutely- Yeah, no, it was Axion was in the Hella Dope show all the time. Then I think we were stumbling across Largo, and there was I want to say who's Kato with the AWOC stuff. It just got to a point where I was like, I'm working on my stands, and I'm working on work and in the evenings, and I'm like, oh, I want something to listen in the background, and I'm like, hey Axion, I'm like, what are you watching tonight, dude? Like, I don't want YouTube to refer me to stuff, because they refer to me some random stuff. So he's like, oh, I'm gonna go jump in here, and then stumble across like Punk with Toys and things like that. So it's like, it started out the Hella Dope, the connection, man. It's
So
it's
like
like Match.com.
Hella Dope is Sundays, and we got Punk with Toys on Mondays at 9. Lawrence goes live, and his streams can get long. I usually actually doze off during his streams because, like, not that they're boring, but I go to bed about 11:30, 11:45 usually almost every night. But I'm up at 5 a.m. every day, right? Ritually, I'm out of bed 5 a.m. before the alarm goes off, and so by 11:45 on a work day, especially on a Monday, it's like I'm dozing off. So I usually pass out during his shows. Tuesday I watch Largo at 7:15 unless something else is going on. And then Wednesdays, Travis and I are always like, "What's on tonight?" We're like, "I don't know. There's nothing on tonight. What are we gonna watch? There's nothing out. Like
That's
any night except for every other night when the 3 POA loose split completes on. The other Wednesdays is like nothing. So Travis and I were thinking about starting a show on those Wednesdays. So
well, you have unboxing art at 7:30 p.m.
Yeah,
7:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. and
usually it's about 9 o'clock when Travis and I are like, "What are we watching?"
yeah. That's fair.
Yeah. And then
Yeah,
Thursday's Largo again, and then Friday's Pains, and then we got Saturdays is usually the 3 POA on every other Saturday. And then Sunday, of course, is the Hella Dope night. And I'm the Mighty Wrench. I can't miss it.
You cannot. You cannot, sir.
And Largo, I do see it's Chad. Yeah. I unfortunately a lot of times his show goes on. I'm a family dude, so like until 8 o'clock, like I'm with my kids and my family. That's when they start to settle down and call their nights and stuff. So I typically don't necessarily get on unless I'm doing something else and they're busy with their own activities. But so I typically will miss Chad's until the replay during the week, but I try to sneak in there. Like I wanted to be on his 1 year show today. I missed it because I was doing the barbecue outside, so I'm gonna have to catch that on a work day this week. And
I usually catch Chad's on replay, but because most of the time I just forget because I'm always busy building something or messing around.
Well, so it's a tough
Luke
night,
and I are out in the woods, so I mean it's like, and then I get back and we eat and have stuff, and then 9 o'clock it's like,
and then Hella Dope.
It's Hella Dope time, right? 9 o'clock Sunday night's Hella Dope time.
Well, now I know you guys are there because, like, obviously I see you in the chat, but Punk with Toys pointed out with me, he was just like, man, you're missing out on so much market share because you're going up against Geek Dad Life. And I was like, damn, that explains why I never see Geek Dad Life live anymore. It's because I guess we're competing with them on a time slot. So the fact that anybody wants to watch us instead of other things on that night is, pretty big.
I don't know.
difference.
I think I followed it.
I've watched
but not
a couple
lot.
of Geek Dad Life, but you know, like, let me just say this: when I started watching you guys, Ted, like you and Aaron are just like down to earth, real, right? There's no show, there's no flair, you know. Not that there's not production value because you guys put on a good stream, but like, you know, you're genuine people, right? And you're just like, fuck it, let's have a good time, let's kick back, talk toys, you know, just hang out and get to know the community, right? Just hang out, like hanging out with your buddies like they're next door, right? Whereas some of these other YouTube channels are just kind of like so formally based that it makes it kind of tough to sit through them for that long.
Yeah, I think a big part of that is like YouTube isn't, you know, our primary thing. You know, like
Right.
YouTubers, it is. Like we like to believe that we can hang with YouTubers, but we just learn every week that we can't. Like we would love to do some short form content, record some shit.
That all comes down to time, though. That's not that
Yeah,
you guys couldn't hang, because you guys
a
could put out
time.
content. You know, I mean, you
It's a
got
time
enough.
thing.
You got enough talent with the, you know, with your graphic design and stuff. I mean, you could put out some good quality stuff. It's just time. That's all that comes down
It
to.
is very much dream because Aaron and I both work full-time jobs where we both do 50 hours a week. So we do 50 hours a week. We do wife, family, kids. You know, my
I keep telling
daughter's
Largo, I want to know where he got the, you know, Guatemalan elves from to do all of his production value. I mean, that guy's got some like the most amazing, you know, intros and presentations throughout his stuff. I'm like, I keep thinking, I told him the other day he was the cobbler from, you know, the cobbler and the shoemaker and the elves, right? Because like Jim just goes to sleep, he wakes up and there's like this awesome presentation. He said it was Eduardo the Rooster, but I don't believe him.
What I appreciate about Jim's channel is like a lot of people treat their channel as just a show. Jim treats his channel as a channel, as in like, you know, certain nights you're going to see certain lineups, and somehow he is starring, performing, producing, directing, editing, all of that stuff. And that's insane to me because he's doing like 3, maybe 4 shows a week. I don't know. Jim just seems to always be on.
Yeah, but the one thing about Jim is he keeps it to his time limit, right? He sets that 45 minutes to an hour and he's on it, right?
I know. He's like, I'm fucking hungry. Fuck you guys.
45 minutes, it's time for dinner and an adult beverage. We're out of here, right? Peace out, guys. But it's cool, right? Because it's nice because you know what you're going to get, right? You know, you go in like the Infinite playlist, they usually run a little longer, but not much, right? When we did the AT-76 series, like the 3 of us are going to be on Thursday with the Bigfoot, but it went about an hour, but you know, that was it, right? Now I don't mind streaming long. I mean, it doesn't bother me now. We did 3 hours on your show. It doesn't bother me at all. But
my
I
wife,
mean, we're going on 2 hours and 12 minutes here. So
my wife appreciates when I go on Largo's Lair because I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be like 45 minutes. She's like, bet. It's like cool, but you know, like, see, the 2 hours tonight doesn't bother me at all because I don't have any time constraints tonight. I don't have to work tomorrow.
Right.
This isn't my show. I don't have to ask anybody anything. I don't have to pay attention to this chat. I just get to sit here and drink beers, and I'm just chilling with the boys.
How come we haven't made Ted one of the wrench guys?
It's his first show. He doesn't need a wrench yet. He doesn't need me to throw out sex bots.
Luke's going to be my. Luke's going to be
Jeremy.
the wrench.
We need a wrench. We need a wrench. We need a wrench, Ted.
Jeremy's not the wrench. He's the wench. Let's get it right. He's supposed to be bringing me a beer, bitch.
And then we're back to that with Jeremy. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Jeremy's like, I'm popping back on.
Hey, I wanted to say something real quick. I did get a message from Payne, I think it was. So Aaron, I know you sent me over an image. I appreciate that. I'll take a look at that in regards to those. If you're still on the stream here, I'll take a look at the way those are and see if I can come up with an alternative that would fit into the peg holders, and see if that's an offering we can have. Definitely want to make sure I'm meeting folks where they are. I did message you because I do want to get some feedback on that, because I'm not a fan of that wraparound kind of foot holder because I feel like it takes away from the figure. But if there's nothing else and, you know, we need to find something to hook into, let me know what those types of collectors, how those collectors feel with that, if it's something that folks are supportive of. And then I'll send you some 3D model designs that I can kind of come up with that are similar, that would offer that.
So I'm gonna walk away for a moment, but I would love to hear Luke's feedback on this whole live stream, and I'm
Sure.
gonna listen
Go
to it
for it,
right
Ted.
here in my ear. But I'll be right back.
Yeah, I gotta go talk. I gotta talk to the sponsors, as Ted says, and I'll be right back myself.
All right.
What am I supposed to be talking about?
Well,
my
nothing. Yeah,
feedback?
we'll wait for them guys to
Okay.
come back. But
Okay.
you doing good, man?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Pretty.
I got to figure out how to make you the wrench. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
Yet, so
You should fix this display thing too.
what's the display thing? How it's all set
Your
up? I
face
know,
is
like
really big. Just click the middle.
I know.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's fixed. Good job.
Hey, there you go. I
It
figure
was really easy, wasn't it?
it's all the buttons, man. There's so many
Yeah.
buttons on this dashboard. When I first started using StreamYard back when we did Watchtower Geeks lives, right?
Mhm.
There was like none of this stuff. It was so basic. It was like, this is how you put everybody on. And it automatically populated, you had 3 people on, it split the screen 3 ways. You had 4 people on, it split them 4 ways automatically. So
We shouldn't let the 50-year-old man be doing the technical stuff, is what we're learning.
well, that's what I got you for, the mighty wrench, and you're letting me do this. I ask you a question like, I don't know what you're talking about, Dad.
I don't know.
Even though you only have like what, 100 million people on your YouTube channel, right?
That's why everyone's here. They're all here for me. That's
Oh,
that's why you got so many viewers.
I see.
Hey,
Yep.
that's fine. My daughter had some.
Let's fix this. He
my
said
daughter
push
had
a
some
button, so
YouTube.
I pushed a button, and then we're back to this
There you
nice
go.
There you go.
You're
4-way
welcome.
square, right?
I'm still figuring
I
out how to
wanna-
use Instagram, so
I want to
good
sing.
luck.
I want to sing the Brady Bunch theme song now. So I think
There's
Ted
some-
had to go take a word from the sponsors, but
Yeah,
when he
there's
comes
some
back,
shows.
go
There's
ahead.
some shows, Ed, that Oz has. I don't know if you follow Oz on Saturday nights, like when I catch them. But he runs a show and he gets, I want to say sometimes they got 9 screens up there. I've seen 7 or 8 screens up there. It looks like the Brady Bunch sometimes, and they just get folks from all over talking about stuff.
Yeah.
I ended up on a stream with them the other night, and they were talking
Yeah.
some crazy stuff.
I used to stream with we had a like a comic book geek fandom type of group, and it was called Watchtower Geeks, and there was 4 of us main guys, and then there was 5 or 6 other people that would come in, right? And
Okay.
there were some streams that we did that had 7, 8, 9 people on there, and it was just like,
Yeah.
it was like those TV commercials you see where they populate the screen with all these pictures. You're like, holy shit, there's a lot of people.
Right.
So anyway, I think Ted's taking a word from the sponsors. So
Okay.
Largo says, I think this is for you, Luke, because I posted the picture of our large mushroom the other day.
Oh. Yeah, that was, I don't know, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. There's a lot of mushrooms
Yeah.
out. It's been so warm.
So
But,
this girl that I work with, Kim, that I worked with, right? I told her about
Yeah.
how you like to go earthing, right? So her idea of earthing is basically going out into the woods, eating mushrooms, and then just connecting with Mother Nature. She doesn't comprehend the fact
That's
of what
also
earthing
what I
really
do.
is. But so now when I showed her that picture, she was just like, "Yep, that's exactly what I thought it was:
Mm-hmm.
eating mushrooms and connecting with the earth."
It's
Now,
a fun
Jeff-
experience.
Jeff from Skunkworks says that is a pheasant or some kind of bird name mushroom, right? And it actually is edible as long as it's prepared correctly.
That's good to know. I don't plan on eating it, but if I was hungry.
So, Luke,
Mm-hmm.
toy lines you're looking forward to this year? What's one of your toys you're looking forward to? Besides Batman with the cape that you can't find anywhere around here.
That's you. That's not me, man. I don't need the Batman with the cape.
I need a Batman, McFarlane.
You do need a
with cape.
Batman.
I mean, they all have capes, but I need a cloth cape.
I don't really know. There's nothing really good coming out right now. I don't think, at least.
I know you're looking forward to those Archangel figures, right? Which are coming out, I
Yeah.
think, beginning of 2024. Those are pretty cool. Gabriel and is it Michael that's coming out first? I
Yeah.
can't remember the other guy. Yeah.
Was that a
Gabriel and
Kickstarter?
Michael.
I think
Yeah,
so.
I think that's the one that's done by the same one of the Four Horsemen artists. I can't remember the hell the name of those. Almighty
Yeah.
Legends, I think is what it's
Yeah,
called.
Almighty Legends.
Yeah, and then there's
Yep,
the
I've seen
other
those.
one, which is biblical
Yeah, they
heroes or
both came out
something.
right around the same time, and they were both
Yeah.
kickstarted at the same time.
Yeah.
And it was like, at least to me, I think it was like the tail end of the Savage Crucible. And
Yeah.
Savage Crucible, I just piled on, like,
Oh yeah.
piled.
Yeah. The Almighty Legends, I think, is pretty cool because it's a different take. It's kind of fantasized stuff, whereas the biblical legends or whatever that's called is more like pulled from history, right? So
Yeah,
it's got quite a bit of cool accessories though, that biblical line. I mean, like it's got an Ark of the Covenant, it's got a bunch of different things, right? It's just pretty cool. So, and they got a Michael in that too, which is more like an actual authentic, what we consider, angels, right? Guy with
You mean like Renaissance
wings.
Angel?
Yeah, Renaissance Angel.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pull them up to look at them real quick, because I don't think being honest, I don't think I looked at those a ton. I think the biblical action figures.
Jim says Jaeger is the Savage Crucible I'm looking forward to.
Oh yeah, dude, he's without a shadow of a doubt, he is like gotta be like the fan favorite from what I'm seeing on like the socials and stuff, the different groups. He just looks so kick ass. But I mean, I like Who Man or What Man or whoever it is.
Yeah.
Like he
But
looks
those paint,
cool.
the paint apps are going to be like right on par with Mythic
Dude.
Legions, right? From what I'm seeing, it's like just
They're
incredible
so
stuff, right?
cool. Yeah,
When
they're
they-
so
when they-
cool looking.
When they actually come out, like I said, I backed one Kickstarter a long time ago, and that was the one that Bobby always brings up, that the guy ran off with the money. Now, luckily, I backed at the bottom dollar, right? So I didn't lose a lot. But since then, it's like, no, I'm not doing a Kickstarter, right? But
it's hard, man. I actually, it's funny because like, so I got behind Kickstarter. I don't do a lot of that. Oh, I say I don't do a lot of them, but I was talking to my brother-in-law today at the barbecue. I backed a few of them. So I backed Savage Crucibles. I almost backed AWalk. They were one that I almost backed. I had gotten into them, and then I was like, eh. Then I almost ordered them from Big Bad, and then I was like, as because I was all about the reality, but I was like, they just look so cool, and they made me think of. I wasn't a Planet of the Apes fan as a kid, like the old stuff that my dad grew up on, but I really love the ones that they
hey.
There's nothing wrong with it, man. Nothing wrong with it. I got a stash
my dad grew up on. Yeah,
I got a stash of comics.
I
I got a stash of comics from when my dad grew up on, and that's what leads me to my nerdism. So, like,
let me tell you a quick little funny
it.
story as an aside to this, right?
Yeah.
So when they came out with the new Planet of the Apes, right, with
James Franco, I think was in
James
it. Maybe
Franco, right? Yeah, I have my brother-in-law who's probably, I think he's like mid 30s, right? So 35, right?
Yeah.
Now, I was a huge Planet of the Apes fan growing up. Saturday mornings, it's cartoons, and Saturday afternoons, it was the Planet of the Apes TV show, Planet of the Apes movies, along with all the other monster movies, right?
Yep.
So huge Planet of the Apes fan. So that's what drove me to AWalk, right? I was like, oh yes. But anyway, when that movie came out, I had bought the 6-pack of the original Planet of the Apes movies DVD set. So my brother-in-law is watching the new ones, and he's like, oh, I really like Planet of the Apes. I'm like, oh man, you got to check out the old ones, right? Hated every last minute of the entire set, right?
Really?
He's like, I only made it through like the first 3/4 of the first one, and I couldn't even stand it. I was like, that's such a shame, right? Because that is like, now some of them have some weird storylines, but man, they are just awesome, right?
I'm gonna have to
the
check
original
them out.
Planet of the Apes is just awesome. Largo,
I never gave him.
I
never gave him the chance. I never gave him the chance because just it was if it was black and white and stuff, I didn't turn it on. So
well, they weren't black and white, but they were. I mean, they were made in the 70s, right? And
yeah.
The TV show. I actually got into fandom by the TV show because the TV show was on like every Saturday for like hour-long episodes, right?
Okay.
Completely outside of the movies, right? But then, of course, the movies came out, and it was like just amazing.
Yeah.
But,
so that's
anyway.
how I
Go
got
ahead.
into
I'm sorry.
those. Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. This is your place, so you're good. Yeah, I got into those and started backing them. I'm not sure. I think I was just saying like with those, like I I thought they kind of reminded me of Planet of the Apes, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to give these a shot. So I started backing those, or I didn't back those. I ended up getting them from Ted and those guys over at Helidope, and got those. And then I went all in, and I was asking Ted, I was like, hey, are you guys getting that, the White Panther, White Lion, whatever it is there, and and all the like bare body ones that the stripped down ones that don't come with the accessories and stuff.
The stripped
Primals
down
or
ones
whatever.
look pretty sweet. Yeah, and
Yeah, no, they're really cool.
Jeremy
so I got a
said
bunch of them.
the white guy. What the hell is the white tiger? What the hell is his name? I can't remember now. He's supposed to be like a super character to have for the game. So
he's like a mage or something. He's got like a like he's got the powers or whatever. So I got into those, and those were huge. But I didn't get into the biblical ones and stuff. But I was big into the Kickstarters, and I think that's what I was saying. I've done the Kickstarters, and I had my unfortunate scenario last year. I decided to go crazy. A couple years ago, I bought comics. There's a pro wrestling comic that's actually the guy's local to us in New York out here. He created a comic book that's really cool called Headlocked, and it's an interesting comic series. He's lives 30 minutes from me. He's a really approachable guy. He's always at the cons around here. So I backed that, and then I was like, oh, I'll give it a shot. I wanted a robot mower, so I didn't have to mow my own lawn. So I backed that last year on there because it was like a fraction of the price of everything. It actually is going to be delivered on Wednesday this week. I thought I was going to get scammed. I started getting nervous, but it's supposed to be here on Wednesday. So I'll be out there geeking out with
like,
with
do you get to program it, or you get to remote control it?
So it's a wireless. It uses like this GKM. It's like a micro GPS system that you put on your property. You don't have to run
so it's like a dog fence kind of.
It doesn't use the dog fence. And that's
really?
what I have some beagles, and I didn't want anything to interfere with my invisible fence. So I got 2 acres that's all perimeter, and about a half acres like grass, and I wanted to mow it, and I don't want to have to mow it myself. So I was like, oh, let me get this robot mower.
I know, because half an acre takes all of like 3 minutes.
Look, dude. Listen. When am I gonna play with my toys? When am I gonna build Hexastack? When am I gonna do my 9 to 5?
Luke,
if I gotta mow
Luke
lawns,
will vouch for me. When I was married to his mother, which was only a few years ago, she mowed the lawn.
My wife does.
We had a 3-acre lawn. She actually enjoyed getting on the mower, so I weed whacked once a month and let her mow the lawn.
Yeah. My wife was actually out there this afternoon mowing the lawn while I was weed whacking and while I was getting the pool ready and stuff. So, I appreciate her for that. But I ended up getting the robo mower because I want to just be able to get out and enjoy ourselves. And it takes a little bit of time. And we don't have a ride on. I got rid of that a couple years ago.
Yeah.
But I backed that, and I backed this because I'm a big computer guy. I backed a smart automatic pet door. I thought it'd be really cool. It was supposed to use AI to recognize my dog's faces, and I should have been like, nah, that's not real. But I bought it and I backed it, and I was like, oh, let me get this. And they scammed me. I still got my $200. So I got burned on that. That's the only one that I got burned on, but I was so pissed about it. I was like, I'm not backing anything.
Yeah, that's how I felt like after getting burnt. It was just like, and like I even have a hard time, like I don't normally even pre-order anything because of how the things went, like during the whole COVID logistics thing, right? Because like I had a whole bunch of stuff pre-ordered on Target, G.I. Joe Classifieds and things, and it was just like every day I was getting these emails that, oh, your credit card needs to be updated. Do you want to cancel this? And it was like, okay, let's stop doing this, right? Because
that was frustrating.
Right,
was extremely frustrating. Yeah.
Anyway,
and
Ted,
then
do you have a
then
question?
They clearanced.
What's
Ted,
that?
Do you have a question for Luke? You wanted to ask him to explain something?
Oh yeah, no, I was just curious on his feedback about the whole show in general, like.
Well, I'm gonna let him fill you in while I take a break, take a word from the sponsors.
He's been Luke, you've been here this whole time, man, and super quiet and just sucking it all in. So I'm curious because like I think this is good for Travis too, because you're a young man, and what are your thoughts in general about what's transpired on the live stream? Like you've heard a lot of stuff, man. I'm just curious on your input.
I don't really know. I think the stack thing is kind of sick because I mean you do have a lot of things on your shelf, especially at my dad's house. If you look at his Valiverse stuff, it's kind of getting a little crowded in there, so you can't really see all of it. So I don't really have that many action figures, but he does. So if you see his shelf ever, you can actually, so that'd be a nice thing to have, I'm sure. I don't really know. I think that'd be a sick idea to have for something like even pictures, paintings. Like some people have little paintings that they have. You can put that on there, or like cards. And there's a lot more than just like sports cards, and like people do Pokemon cards, all the trading card games. But then there's also like a completely different side of the planet, which isn't like anything related to this. There's like people that, for musicians and stuff, collect cards, especially nowadays. Like teenage girls and stuff have these cards for their musicians and stuff. You could have those. So you got like an actual pretty large range of people.
Are you talking like trading cards or like?
I don't know.
what
I
is
don't
that?
know. There's like, I don't ask you. I don't know anything about it. I just know that there's like cards that are like this big, and they're just pictures of musicians that people collect. And it's pretty weird.
Kids are
Yeah.
weird, man.
Kids are weird. I agree. I don't know. They got problems. They're a little obsessed. But yeah, same thing with like action figures. There's people that just like collect action figures of like animes that they watch, not just like some of my friends watch anime, and like they don't actually care about action figures. They just have it because they watch the show, So that'd be good for even them. So it's not like you're actually worrying about just action figure people that are like 40 or 30 that have like WWE or superheroes. There's a lot larger than just the people that are in this community that would like this. So yeah.
So you think it transverses past just the toy community, like it can impact a lot of people in a lot of different ways.
Mm-hmm.
That's
For
awesome.
sure.
So you have a really nice setup here, man. And your father mentions that you have like some 100 million followers.
That's not
or something.
real. He doesn't know. He's lying.
I'm just curious,
Not
like
real.
that's a real nice microphone, man.
Thank you.
I don't
stole
have
this
a
from my sister.
microphone this nice. Like
This isn't mine.
You just rated your
I stole this
sister's
from my
room?
sister. That used to be my sister's. This blue light right here is part of an ant farm that used to have ants in it. Yeah. Most of my stuff is just like Mod Podge, throw stuff together and make it look nice. And then my dad bought me this camera yesterday. So
He was like, "You
Yeah.
got to get on this damn stream,
he did.
kid. You got a microphone
Well,
for
I-
no reason."
I stole his webcam, so I was like, "You got a webcam?" And he's like, "No, I gave you mine, dude." I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh, well, let's go buy another one." And
He
of
was like,
course,
bruh.
they had a really good deal at Walmart for a Razer webcam that was normally like $69. We got it for $29, so picked that up. And then he's like, "Well, I got a Razer keyboard and a Razer mouse that lights up for all of his gaming, And he's like, "Can I keep the Razer webcam and then you can keep my old one?"
I gotta finish the collection.
I was like, "Yeah, I guess that's how this works, right?"
Yeah.
So
Well, Luke, do you do any other live stream? Is this your first live stream?
This is my first live stream I've ever been on.
Wow.
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
It's exciting, man.
I know, it's so
Yeah.
fun. It's so
Like,
fun.
and you had a turnout too. Did you think nobody was?
It was
gonna
all
show?
me. No, I knew everybody was going to show that. People love me.
he is Mr. Popular, let me tell
I
you.
am.
So Ted, what I'm hearing here is that Luke is not the Genetti. You're the Genetti of your show, and Ed is the Genetti of his own show because Luke is gonna super kick him through a barbershop window.
Yeah.
Well, I
He
had to
tries.
come on and be
He
the
tries.
Genetti, like I had to accept my fate. I was like, you know what? This show needs a Genetti. And then Jeremy came on and I was like, oh, well, they got it covered. But it was fine. It worked out.
That's great. That's great.
Oh,
Luke's just sitting here. He's like, I don't know what the fucking Genetti
I don't know
is.
who that is. No.
Dude, look up. Go to YouTube.
He doesn't
Look up.
care.
No, and just watch Shawn Michaels throw him through a window. It's a wrestling reference, brother.
I was watching WrestleMania to get ready for the hella dope WrestleMania stream, and Luke's older sister, who's 20, was here hanging out with me, and I had it on, and she's like, "Why are you watching this? This is so stupid." I'm like, "I'm watching it because I like it, and I got to get ready for this stream on Tuesday that I'm moderating. I got to be able to participate. I got to know what's going on."
Nothing
she's
stupid
like-
about it.
She's
Nothing
like,
stupid.
"They're not even really hitting each other. This is just dumb."
So
I'm
so
like,
what I
you can leave. You know, you have
what
a
I-
home to go to.
what I do to those people, Ed, is I walk into the room and they're watching their television shows, and I'm like, they're not even doing it. They're not kissing.
I
They're
know
not. They
this
don't
is
love each other.
that's what
They-
I tell her. I'm like, you spend your whole mornings watching TikTok videos of people
Yeah.
that are giving you a fake life, and you're worried about this. Come on.
Oh, I'm talking about other TV shows.
Oh
like,
yeah, I know.
like
but
walk into
still,
the movie
right?
theater the next time, like, they didn't hit him with a car right there, right? He did not fall off of a roof right there. You do realize that Wolverine did not just have claws come out of his hand. So like that's all fake. So
Yeah.
I might be a big nerd when it comes to wrestling. I'll
A
be
little
at
bit.
wrestling
You're just a
tomorrow
little bit
night.
of a wrestling nerd. Just
I
a
will
little
be.
bit
I'll be at
passionate
Monday Night
about it.
Raw tomorrow night. So
That's right. You're going to the live show. That's right.
yeah, I'm taking my 12-year-old to it tomorrow night with my brother-in-law and my nephew. So there'll be 4 of us, and we'll be up. So camera looking. We'll be up to the right-hand side, somewhere in the audience there, a couple rows back.
You in a lower middle bowl? Because I've learned that if you're not ringside, lower middle bowl is the best place to be.
Yeah, I think that's so. Like, we're gonna be right where when Roman used to make his entrances through the audience and stuff, and like the Shield used to come down. Like, we're gonna be like right in that aisle. That's when we're at the arena we're going to. That's the row that they always come down. Is the aisle that we're gonna be in. So we'll be there watching that. And if you watched Clash of Champions or whatever it was on yesterday, did you catch that, Ted?
I have been so busy this weekend. I caught it on
Dude.
Instagram. I'll
so
tell you that.
good.
I'll tell you
So
that.
cool. I'm marking out huge for the Usos. Sorry. So I didn't watch the show, but I caught like the TikTok, YouTube stuff or Instagram stuff, and what the Usos did, I was marking out huge for. I loved it.
Yeah. Oh, Jeremy's still here. Good for him, man. I'm proud of him.
Love
Like,
it.
what he does is he turns on the show and then throws down his phone and walks away. And then when he hears his name, he's like,
Yeah.
I'm still here, fuckers.
He sent me the picture of that autograph, and it will
Yeah.
never like it is intentional and deliberate, and he's laughing every time he does it.
Yeah.
It's really good, though. I need to incorporate that somehow if I ever have to.
Didn't you
autograph
get
anything.
Didn't you get Ryan telling you not to draw pictures of a wiener on your show notes? So I mean, you were trying, right? You were trying to do the wiener signature.
So that's a fun story. Like we brought Ryan on, and I guess he got comfortable because halfway through the show, he was like, "Oh yeah, you sent me all these notes. It was super professional." And he goes, "Why'd you draw a dick on it though?" And I had no clue what the fuck this dude was talking about. And he's just fucking roasting me on the fucking show. So when I sent him the mug, I just drew a giant fucking wiener on there. And,
That's
I was just like, you know what, might as well make it canon.
You had Chloe put a wiener right at the lip.
Oh, that would have
of
been
this,
so
right? When he
good.
sips on it, it's been just like a.
Oh, I'm so mad we didn't think about that because that was one of the first ones we sent out too.
Yeah. That would've been
Oh
priceless.
man, Ed, where were you 6 months ago?
You didn't ask.
God damn. I could have done it to Jeremy's too. Oh, well, guess what, Travis? Guess what you're getting?
I got a placeholder.
Travis is gonna get the first hella dope dick mug.
He's gonna get Shawn Michaels autograph inside the mug.
As long as I get my hella dope supplies to keep myself medicated, I'm all set.
So that was you sent us a picture of that, and that was the most creative thing that I've seen with the stickers because Aaron and I love the stickers, especially the hologram. And then I showed my wife, and I was like, "Look at these wild things people are doing with stickers! Like now, there's hella dope pill bottles. Like, and I know there's not pills in there, but
No, pill bottles are like the greatest thing for customization and keeping things. I got I got thimbles, and I've actually got a bunch of the Hexastack stand pieces in here that I keep. So I don't, as I sample them and I find ones I like, I put them in there. But the stickers like perfect to throw on the bottles there and make it so it's a little less drugs.
I got Luke the Xylernian guard figure from Mythic Legions from you guys. He opened it hoping to find a hella dope sticker in there, and there wasn't.
Okay, well, one, Aaron packs all the Mythic Legions. I don't have any of the Mythic Legions here. But also I ran out of stickers like probably 3 or 4 weeks ago. And I think we had Payne's toy samples on. He was in the green room and we were just talking. He popped in and I was like, Aaron, we're out of fucking stickers. And like paints toy samples. Just join the green room, and Aaron's like, well, I guess you better sell more toys then. And I'm just like, I was just like, what? I was like, what the hell, dude? I was like, we need more stickers. He goes, I have plenty of stickers. I go, I know you don't fucking pack anything. I pack everything. You pack 15%. So yeah, the stickers are an Aaron thing. The shop that we use
There we
Dope
go.
mug.
right around. Oh my goodness, there
Custom
we go.
made.
Oh, so you did get a sticker.
I
That's
did.
awesome.
I stole it from him.
He stole it off my fridge
Yeah, it's mine now.
because I had two.
Dude, so we got the holographic ones and the plain ones, man, and those
Yeah.
holographic ones are so amazing. I just felt bad, like
Yeah, those holographic ones. Look at that. That's
Those are awesome. Well,
so good.
I asked you, Ted, where you guys get those stickers made because I'm getting some, I want to get some stuff at the Hexastack merch done and trying to get some shirts made up right now just for myself and, for when I'm on the streams. And I'm going to be working on getting a convention set, the backdrop and everything. So I'm planning to get some stuff and do some cons myself here after the Kickstarter and whatnot. Hopefully, everything goes well and whatnot. But I want to get some stickers like you do. Like I used to just be a sticker collector. They're all over my laptop for work. I always show up to like these conferences with state employees and chief folks at the offices, and I come out with my nerdy laptop, flip it up, and it's got like disc golf stickers or action figure superheroes. I've got like Falcon and the Hulk. It's like the most unprofessional sticker laptop you can have, and I just ran out of space with it. So hella dope's getting put on pill bottles and stickers are getting put on pill bottles. But it's cool because then I'm like, oh, I just gotta find a hella dope bottle because that's where the peg stands are.
See, and I don't. You guys all have a hella dope sticker. I don't, because I'm out and I wasn't smart enough to keep one.
Yeah, I've got three of them right here in my in eyesight.
It's really actually not that expensive as long as you order mass quantities, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like I used to do a lot of like ordering for the t-shirts and mugs and stuff for the company I work for trade shows and stuff. And I mean, we're getting some pretty decent stainless steel thermal mugs for $1.50 a piece at the right quantity, right? From these companies that make this stuff. Stuff's really not that expensive. It's just a matter of how much you actually want to order, right?
Well, yeah, that's the key is the order, the order. Like that's what I'm seeing right now with the production boxes. I was telling my wife I was going to send Ted and these guys some samples of the stands that they can take a look at, and I'm going to. It's on its way. Well, it's not on its way. It's in progress to be on its way. And I was looking at these production boxes, and I've shown some samples of what I'm getting printed and stuff to have. But it's so frustrating because I'm like, I don't want to buy 500 boxes today. I'm hoping that in, August when, Kickstarter's wrapping up or whatever, that I'm like, oh, I need 1,000 boxes. But I'm like, the cost of buying 20 boxes, if I just jump to, 100, it's a little bit more upfront, but and my wife's like, I was like, I think I'm just going to send them sample she's like, no, you've got to make it look like it's going to be when the customer gets it. Like it's better to spend that initial money now to send it out so folks see what they're going to get versus what, in theory. So yeah, I'm definitely.
The bad part is like most of those companies won't give you an actual real sample either. They'll send you a sample, but it won't be your logo. On there, right? So it's like you couldn't just say I need 5 samples for
I'm in the process of buying I think I'm going to buy 20 of them. I think that's the point where I can get it low enough that I'm not so pot committed that it's a major expense, but it's low enough where I can get it, and then I can still send some to Ted. I can send some out to Oz. I can send some out to Punk with Toy. Like there's a few folks that I want to get them out to, for sure, so that they can review them and see them in hand. I'm hoping to be able to send some to Spiro. I'm hoping to send some to Savage Crucible just so they can see them and maybe be like, oh, these guys, this Hexastack, it's legit stuff. It's good quality.
Hey, PowerCon is coming. Yes. I have 2 notes. One, Jim said that Aaron has sent him Kiss pictures because Aaron's been at a 4-day concert. That's why we didn't go do a show tonight. Aside from Aaron just sending me orders that I need to pack, I've barely heard a peep out of that guy. He's just sending Largo just pictures of this Kiss concert. Just like, man,
that's awesome.
I mean, I don't
know. Overrated
disco band, whatever.
Kiss is overrated.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, Don't take offense to that, Jim.
Jim, I see the poop line comment. I've told these guys I've never been in marketing. I've never been in that, but I'm telling you, they need to come up with a shirt that says back of the poop line, and it needs to say it on the back of the shirt. So everywhere they are, it's the back of the poop line.
Well,
it's just
you two will be the only ones who get that joke. I'm curious if Luke would wear this is the back of the poop line t-shirt.
I'd wear a poop
He
line
would
shirt.
wear it. Hell yeah! If it's you could have hella dope on the front, right? And then it could say something like
back of the poop line, just back of the poop line.
Yep.
Because then everybody's getting behind the shit. I'm behind your shit. I'm behind hella dope. I'm behind your shit.
The best part about that whole thing is, Travis, and you can probably been around enough places like I have, that people are going to read the back of that shirt when you're standing in a line to get an autograph or a toy or something and be like, what the fuck does that line mean? You're going to be like, hella dope toys, go check it out. And then there you go. Marketing. Unintentional marketing.
I don't know if you guys were on the stream the other day with what stream was it? Guy's name's Adam. It's
Highly articulate.
Yes, highly articulated.
Yeah.
He rolls, and he talked about collecting spoons. And,
yes, that was on Pains.
Yeah, he was on Pains, and I was like,
Simple. Yeah.
I was like, oh, you need to come out with a shirt that says, "Please spoon me."
Yeah.
Like it needs to be. It like
perfect.
And he messaged me last night. He's like, it's I don't know if a lot of people will get behind it. I'm like, you're probably right, but it just sounds cool.
Yeah. It's just,
but again, I think that's my wrestling like niche wrestling attitude in me. Like
sell merch.
You got to sell
those are the
merch.
things, right? I mean, you got to come up like that poop line thing, right? People are going to ask about that. If you're wearing a shirt that just says back of the poop line, they're going to be like, where's the poop line? What's the poop line? And then
So
you
at
can just tell them.
PowerCon, I'm going to do an Instagram live stream from the back of the poop line. That's because I know there's going to be one there. There's going to be a poop line at PowerCon.
I'm going to make a t-shirt that says hella dopers and Akxion-Figs presents, and on the back is going to say the back of the poop line.
Are you going to PowerCon?
I'm going to PowerCon, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome.
We're gonna be hanging out at the back of the poop line where I'm be like, see, this is a real thing. This is a real thing. Right. Gentlemen come here. You know, there's a lot of bathrooms there, so maybe it won't be the same, but we'll work it out. We'll figure it out.
That's great. That's awesome.
I'll create my own damn line.
So
dude,
put it out.
I was asking Luke when you went for your talk of from the sponsors, or your break from the sponsors.
Oh, I was listening. I keep.
Were you listening?
Yeah. No, if I walk away, because I just got it on my phone. I just pop the AirPods in and yeah.
So I was asking Luke like what figure he's looking forward to this year. So what line you looking forward to launching this year finally?
Me, so I'm really waiting on the Mythic Legions stuff to arrive because I'm really excited about that. I'm hoping it lands this year.
The actual Mythic Legions or Cosmic Legions?
The actual Mythic Legions. I sell toys, but I've drank so many beers, I can't think of the stupid name anymore. The Necronominus.
Right, yeah.
So hoping that lands this year. Hoping Savage Crucible lands this year.
Yeah,
and
Savage. Sorry, curse bomb.
Aside from that, like, I'm just chilling. I'm the thing that brings me excitement now is giant. You know, you used to get excited about one box coming on your porch. Now I get excited that 20 boxes landed on my porch because that means we can just move stuff out.
Let me ask you this:
the Street Fighters as well.
I want to call something out to that. I'll follow up after you, Akxion, but just remind me about the packages on the porch.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, Ted. So you were a collector your whole, for a long time, right?
Yes.
And you dabbled in some, secondhand moving stuff, right? And then you got the Boglins thing and all that and kind of launched you into this new thing. How much has becoming a toy store seller changed the way you collect?
So it's hard because, and that's why I like having Aaron, because my tastes and Aaron's tastes aren't always the same. Like we certainly sync up like two circles, like, you combine. But there are things, because again, one of the reasons why I'm in so many live streams is because I'm trying to get feedback from the community on what they think is hot and what they think is not.
Right.
And then we take that with a grain of salt. But, if something pops up, I'll say, Aaron, that's hot. or he'll be like, "Oh, I'm going to buy this," and I'll say, "Well, that's not." And sometimes I'm wrong, but it's interesting because I get excited for some things that are landing. So the most recent example is the Blob. The Marvel Legends Blob landed about 3 weeks ago for us, and I was really looking forward to that, and I got excited to open it. There were things that I also was not excited for, and that was the Indiana Jones line, and that's not because I think they're crappy figures or anything like that. I watched Indiana Jones as a kid. It's just not something to a collector for me was ultra exciting. So when those landed, it comes in and you're like, "Oh, what's in this box? I don't know." And then you're like, it's just these fucking Indiana Jones figures. So a lot of the time when something lands, like I'm hoping to be able to just cherry pick out of it. But it's still cool seeing other people's reactions, and that's kind of what I vibe off of now. Because again, my collection is slowed down. I don't have a lot of space. I have a closet right over here that is filled to the brim with just nonsense of crap that I haven't opened, that I hope to open one day, that I refuse to sell because that shit's mine. Fuck you guys. But it's cool, like when something lands and I'm not hot about it, but then just seeing it fly off the shelf.
Yeah, well,
And
that's
I'm
what I was
just
kind of wondering.
that's
Like,
neat.
we all collect toys for different reasons. A lot of it is nostalgia. A lot of it is just a nice little break from reality or whatever. But it all comes down to that little spike of happiness that you get from smelling that fresh plastic or whatever. So seeing that you got all this plastic just rolling into your house now, that's got to be different than what it used to be, right? I mean, so now
It's
you're getting more excitement from the actual seeing the sales of everybody else enjoying it than what you're doing, right? And of course, seeing your hella dope grow from what it was even when I first started coming to the chat 5-6 months ago, right, to what it is now. I mean, you guys are plastered all over. I was on some random Instagram page and I saw hella dopers tag the other day. I was like, all right, sweet.
That's awesome. I missed that, but so one of the things that come through that I appreciate but don't collect is the gargoyles. So the gargoyles come through, they're super hot. We do a lot of local Columbus pickups for them. And these guys just roll up like crazy. Show a lot of love just because they're the first ones here in Ohio to get their hands on it, so they're always excited. I mean, literally, people bring me beer now, and it's very nice. I appreciate that. Um, but it's one of those lines that I want to collect. I tried to collect, and I was just like, I don't have space. That wingspan, there's no way in hell they're going to sit in the closet, So it's really cool to see those and be able to look at those and appreciate them. And I wish I could open them, but I don't have any room for them. But I really like seeing them, and then I really like seeing people's reactions to them. So like we're
I had
getting
that same
something
kind
or
of
we're getting
problem
it
with
out.
all the NECA stuff, though, right? Like NECA puts out some really cool looking figures, and they put out some really awesome different licenses, right? That I loved as a kid, but like now I really don't have any like attachment to them because well, I mean my collection's pretty eclectic anyway. I mean I have everything from all different lines, but it all has to fit into this little world and there's no rules, but like NECA, if I put, let's just say a gargoyle into a story, people are going to be like, well, that's a gargoyle, right? I put an AWOC into a story, people are sort of like, that's an AWOC, but there's no property behind that other than the AWOC property, right? There's no cartoon that people are familiar with. There's no history behind it, right? It's just, oh, some people look at them and go, "Oh, those are Planet of the Apes figures." And I'm like, "No, those are AWOCs." Oh, okay.
Yeah, the with the AWOCs, it's cool, and I think Articulated Ninja said it best because I'm one of those headcanon people where like when I was young, all my toys can mix together, but now oddly I have to separate them all. They have to all be segregated for some reason. I don't understand where that came from in my adult life, but he was just like, you know what? Buy this figure if you think it looks cool, and it doesn't matter where it came from. This can just be something in your background, and it reminded me of childhood, and it's reminded me to be a little bit more open minded with my toys. That the Power Rangers can hang
Well,
out with the
you've
other
seen all
figures.
my stories. I have figures from multiple lines all just combined
Yeah.
together. So I have no rules when it comes to them. It's just I don't want to buy something like, let's just say one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? They have some really cool looking figures, right? But if you put that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle into a story, it's automatically assumed that that's Leonardo or that's Donatello or, Rocksteady, right?
Mhm.
Whereas an AWOC or a Mythic Legions, people know what they are, but there's no maybe it's nostalgia. Maybe there's no nostalgic tie to it, right? It's just it
Yeah.
is what it is, right? It can go anywhere. Like, I mean, I have my Action Force fighting AWOCs and fighting Mythic Legions. It doesn't matter to me.
And see, I think that's good. And again, that's what I like about the AWOCs because, yeah, there is a comic for it, but I haven't read it. There's an Action Force comic. I've gotten through about 3 issues. I just started buying them digitally. I haven't read the book or anything. But to me, they're just generic characters that you can do what you want with. And that's what I liked when I was a kid about like lines like Supernaturals, which were like those holographic figures and things like that. Those were ones that I could create my own thing with. And you get a lot further with that. But like,
it's really kind of surprises me that you have your collections segregated like that, though, because like I look at the thumbnails that you create for the Hella Dope podcast, right?
yeah,
And there's like everything mixed in together, and they're always fun.
yeah. It's honestly, I'm lazy, and a lot of it's just what's in reach. If I have a good idea, because sometimes it's hard coming up with a new thumbnail idea every week. Sometimes they come to me very easily. My favorite was the one actually where we had Jeremy on, where the Hood was doing the Wolverine pose, and he was caressing the photo, but it was a photo of Jeremy's thumbnail. I was very proud of that one. I really enjoyed the one for Mr. Wonderful last week. I got to, because we weren't sure what that show was going to be at that time.
That's
so
really,
I was like,
it's
we're
really
going to do a
funny
backup
though,
for
right?
wrestling.
Because like even with my IG stories, there's some days that I'm just like, I want to tell the rest of the story, right? But like the story's just not there.
Yeah.
Right. And then there's other days I sit down and I'm just sitting there watching TV. All of a sudden it's like, wait a minute. And then I could do a whole 15 pictures right in a row and edit them and pop them on, no problem, right? It's just weird how that works, right? Some days you're just like, I cannot think of anything to do.
Yeah. And I tell my wife that all the time. Because Thursday is usually the day that I do show prep. So that's when we take the photos, edit the photos, get the stream set up, do the description, start promoting the actual link for the show. And sometimes it's Thursday and I'm just like, I don't have any idea what I'm going to do. I have to do something with a stupid ass Hood figure. I don't know what I'm going to do. So she'll say things to me that she'll give me ideas that aren't necessarily something that I'll do, but they'll trigger ideas.
James.
And the triggering helps. I'm like, oh, well, I could take this and do that. But again, my toy photography is not great. My thumbnails are also not great. So I'm not an expert on thumbnails or toy photography or anything like that. I just like having fun with the
guy next to me over here. Sometimes I'm like, dude, I want to tell this story and I need to know this, right? And there's days he's like, oh yeah, we could do this, this, and this, right? Then there's other days where he's like, I don't know, dude, it's your story. You figure it out. I'm like, thanks, dude. You're a lot of help. See, he's not denying it. Look at that.
Hey,
it's cool that he does that with you though, because like my son
like I said in the stream I did with Hella Dope, man, he's my ninja, right? There's pictures we take. I'll set something up in the middle of the creek and I'm like, okay, take the picture because I ain't getting down there. If I do, I ain't getting back up. And he's hanging upside down by his toes, basically hanging over a creek. So he does good.
I opened the macho there for you, Ted. That was for you, buddy.
Let's see that.
I just put it on the shelf, but
I have a love-hate with that Macho Man figure.
I like it. It's the ultimate here, so I put the wide hands on there. I'm not sure I like the extra hands. Like I don't get why he has like the wide hands.
There's a good slapping feature you can do, but that just wasn't really. He's not a chopper,
It just doesn't feel like Macho. Like I expect him. Like maybe if it was like for the elbow drop, like
Yes.
he's going up top, like it was weird. So like I was just messing with it and opening it and putting it on. I'm like, I don't know. But
Did
like
it come with a creamer for coffee?
no.
No, but the cream of the crop Macho Man did the Legends one.
Did it?
Yeah, which I have my chase up on the wall here and my loose.
Yeah, those
somewhere.
hands look really wide too, like really sprayed out.
It's like you're trying to like show piano fingers or something, and like
Yeah, I don't
what I
even
will
remember
say-
Macho ever opening his hands like that.
Yeah.
Like most of the time he was like this, right, with his pinkies up in the air and stuff, right? It's
Yeah.
like-
So Travis, tell me your pros and cons of that, and then I'll tell you mine.
So this figure?
Yeah.
So I love it. I will say one of the things I love about the Ultimates out of the box, I have not had any bad experiences with any of the Ultimate lines as far as like the stiff joints or anything like that. I've been very pleased with them. Like this one came out and it's really good. I love that I don't have to heat things up to swap the heads or the hands. Like it's really intended to be just solid and just gummy enough to like exactly jazz hands, So like, I've always had a hard time with Macho's face because they've always tried to do something with him. So I wasn't a fan of the other two faces, like his tongue out like that. I just wasn't digging it. This one is the most natural that I went with, and it's just kind of like that, like he's pissed off, like he's not looking, it's that one more straight faced.
hold on a second, Travis. Put that back up there. I'm gonna bring it back up. So the glasses are removable. That's actually a pretty decent sculpt of them, actually.
No, this is the best one I think I've seen.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's one of the better ones I've seen for sure.
Yeah, and the glasses are removable, which nice, and I like how they do it. His hair isn't so thick around the glasses that it's like really noticeable, so it slides in nicely. You don't have to put the bandana on there. And the bandana, but you can, like, and his hair doesn't look too triangular. There's some of those older elites where he was like the mega powers and it was like a really like fluffiness to it. This is probably one of the, out of the box, one of the ones I'm the most happy with, other than the fingers and the hands, but I could go to just the fists and stuff. I will say what I thought was interesting is this madness belt here. I had to pull it off camera and really stretch it to get it to fit. So I was like, did they really make the Macho so fat that he could not fit his own belt? Like, I was like, damn, like this happens to me when I put my suit on, but like, why is this happening to Macho? So like, yeah, no, I like it. It's, and I like this because he doesn't have the drop down hips, which I love articulation, and like the GI Joes I think the GI Joes have the drop down hip. Most of those classifieds do, and I know the Valaverse ones do. The ones in the more recent ones for the Ultimates that they've added to, a buddy of mine who's a big action figure collector locally for the WB, the hip joints, the drop down, they just feel very fragile. I feel almost like they could break, and I know it's just me getting used to the drop down hip versus versus the standard figure. I don't know that I need that drop down feature in most things. I haven't found a situation where I need it, but I like this figure. It's pretty good.
Yeah, the only WWE figure that I have is Mr. T, and he was the Ultimates, and I don't think I've ever like used the drop down feature at all for anything.
He doesn't. I don't think he has the drop down feature in him. I don't. I think there was more of my buddy, because I jumped in pretty heavy on the Ultimates. And he told me they just added it in the last couple series, because I know AJ and I know Razor have it. I think that might have been the first series they came to.
The butterfly joints on that Mr. T, if it's like the other Ultimates, is amazing, right?
I love the butterfly joint. I love the butterfly joint, and I love that they moved it. Like at first, I was like, when they came out with them, they got rid of the ab crunch and they went with this other. I don't know what you call this, but it's this. It's kind of like that style ab feature. I like that. It took at first. This is part of the reason I didn't jump on the Ultimates to begin with. The Ultimates to begin with is because of the fact that they went away from the ab crunch, and I was so used to having the ab crunch. I was like, man, they're just re-releasing all my figures with some butterfly joints and removing the ab crunch, and I didn't like the differentiating of the abs versus this. But I'm starting to migrate over to the Ultimates because they feel better. They tend to be a little bit more.
Well, that crunch, that ab is the same type that Mr. T has set up, and I'll tell you what, that's better than the ab crunch, I think. I mean, especially
100%. I didn't buy into it.
Crunch is so overdone that it's not. I mean, like absolutely unhuman characteristic, right? That you're going to get
Yeah.
that much ab crunch, right?
Yep.
It's great for posing, but I mean, unless you're going to have the guy possessed where he's, bent in half or something, I mean,
Right. Yeah, no, these I do like the new ad feature, and this is a figure. Ted, you were gonna say your opinion on it because you're kind of love hate with it.
Yeah, so I wanted this figure more than anything in the world. I've been waiting my entire life for it. The closest thing that we had to it was the Elite Macho Man Wolfpack figure, which is great in its own right. So when I got this, I was super excited and then also super disappointed. So there's things that I like about it, and a lot of the things that you mentioned. The sunglasses, the bandana works well. I don't like the other two head sculpts. Those other two head sculpts suck. I don't like the one with the tongue sticking out. I don't like the one with him smiling. I like the one where he just looks grumpy because that's what he looks like. I love the Cage the Madness t-shirt that came with it. I think that is an amazing touch. Absolutely beautiful addition to it. Wasn't expecting that. I like that it's not a Velcro shirt too, that you can just take it off. I hate taking it off though, because it's like trying to take a t-shirt off a toddler and you gotta it's just
Yep.
it's a real pain in the ass to get it off and on. So that's why once the Cage the Madness t-shirt was on there, I was like, you know what, that's how you're gonna stay.
the bad part about Mattel though is that Mattel's use of Velcro was excessive, right? I mean, like a t-shirt, like there's
Yeah,
no need.
real
They
big
make
chunks.
Velcro in, 16th inch wide Velcro strips.
And they put
Easily
it on
could
the
have
front
used that,
sometimes.
right? Yeah.
Oh,
They
they
use,
did it
like-
so much.
They use like a 1/4 inch wide piece of Velcro. I'm like, okay, come on, guys. Like,
Yeah.
Yep.
And then my final gripe was that belt, because I'm impressed you got that belt on, because I never did. I've seen other people that have, but I was like, I'm not heating this up. I'm not going to fight the thing. I'm not going to break it. He's just not going to wear the belt. The Wolfpack version just came with the belt on, so it's
Okay.
not even possible to remove. But that never bothered me,
Right.
So the fact that I have to, if I'm going to put the belt on, the belt's going to stay on. I don't see any reason to remove the belt. So I don't understand why they just didn't put it on there, and then they made it just such a huge pain in the ass. So
it's only like it's a hair too small.
yeah,
Like I got it on, but it's just a hair too. Like I wasn't giving up. I was like, you know what, this is gonna go. I'm gonna
I
make this
gave
work.
up.
I
gave it 5
realized that,
minutes, I
like,
gave up.
all these toy companies are making these, right, knowing they're going to adult collectors. But it's like the
Oh.
Indiana Jones line, right? That loop that holds his whip and the peg that holds the pistol belt or the pistol holster closed. Impossible to get close with the pegs that Hasbro created there. I mean, now those toys could ultimately end up in a child's hands because they're sold at Walmart, Target, World, everywhere that's retail, right?
Yep.
And you would think that they would have a better idea, especially someone like Hasbro and Mattel, who's been doing this for, 60, 70, 80,
Generations.
100 years, right? I ended up gluing my Indiana Jones whip holder just shut and the pistol belt just shut because it was just such a pain in the ass. I was just done
Yeah.
with it. So it's like they're permanently on there now, right?
Yep. I've been happy with that. I'm not an advocate for backing crowdfunding of Mattel and Hasbro. I don't want to get behind it. I told this to you guys, Ted, last week when we were talking. I'm
Hold
not
on
a
a
big
second,
fan of it.
Travis.
Yep.
Bye, Jim.
Bye,
Love you.
See you
Jim.
later, Largo. Largo, let's get in
going?
touch. Let's get in touch, brother. I definitely want to come on. But yeah, with the Mattel, they did the old school, wrestling arena, came with the ring in the entrance, and then they just did the WCW Nitro stage and stuff. I was very adamant I would not back it. I wouldn't help it get backed, and it was just because, and this isn't me being negative to the community and stuff or to the business. I just didn't like the price point on it, and I felt it was setting a precedence for consumer price tolerance that was potentially putting us at risk to paying a lot more for a product I did want more in the future. But I did back that old school wrestling one. So Ted, I do have the old I have the Macho Man. I still have it in box from that series, and I saw on eBay it's going for over like $100. I have that one, the Diesel and the Doink exclusives that they came out with, and they were ultimates. I just have them sitting in a storage box. I haven't opened them because I don't know that I want to hold on to them because I'm not an inbox collector, and I'm kind of like, I'm not so tied to them. If I can get a similar figure, like I got the Macho Madness, and I'm sure they're going to come out with a Mega Powers or
Is that the
Ultimate
Macho
Maniacs.
Man that was getting substituted for a while?
Yes.
For Mattel for a couple people where they were expecting Macho Man and they just got some random figure because
Yeah.
Mattel ran out or
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
mine. I had no problems with my Mattel on that one. I got my Doink and my Diesel, and I got the Macho Man. They all came in the same box with that whole arena setup. I just didn't open them or do anything with them.
that would make me right. If you're spending that much on basically a Kickstarter for a multi-billion-dollar company, and they can't even make enough to support what they actually sold, that would piss me off, right?
Yeah, I have a hard time with that stuff, and like I backed the Joe thing,
The hiss.
yeah, I backed the his tank, and
Yeah.
you know, my son's he backed the Thanos, or not Thanos, the Sentinel, and he backed the Galactus, and
Yeah, but
he got those. But I just,
the his tank was it Galactus came with like Silver Surfer and a couple other guys. I mean, like Hasbro, if Hasbro created that his tank and then sent out the driver and then substituted Scarlet in place of, the
movie
female
Scarlet,
right? In place of the tactician or whatever they calling it. It's
Yeah.
like, that's just bad taste, right?
Yeah.
You know how many units you sold. How did you run out of Macho Mans, right? I mean, that's
dude. Yeah, that's just bad. That's bad organization.
Yeah.
But I mean, and again, I'm not trying to be toxic or negative.
No, for sure.
My
Right?
thing is, I'm genuine. I'm telling you like it is. I like something. I don't believe in the backing that stuff because I feel like they don't like. Here's my thing. I don't think a multi-billion-dollar company needs an interest-free loan from me for a year before I see a product.
Right.
Exactly. I'd rather that money sit in a hella dope pre-order, or someone else, who actually is coming up, or a Savage Crucible, or AWalk that's kickstarting. That's what that's for. Let you guys put your stuff on the shelf. You take your risk. It's a cost of doing business when you're that big of a company.
I wouldn't even mind like if they did a pre-order with $25 non-refundable deposit.
Yeah,
right?
I could tolerate that, but you're taking $3 million.
Right? Yeah,
you're taking $3 million and putting it in an interest-bearing account.
Yeah, exactly. They're just gaining interest off it. That's the thing that sucks, right? And I mean, my biggest complaint about Hasbro now is like I grew up with Hasbro. I mean, like my first earliest memories of action figures besides Fisher Price Adventure People was G.I. Joe. I had the G.I. Joe Adventure Team that I inherited from my brother, and I got one that was still being sold somewhere in some oddball store. And then I went to Super Joe, and then Real American Hero, and of course I grew up on Star Wars and all of them, right?
Yep.
And they were the toy company. I mean, like when I was younger, got my degree in business and stuff, I was trying to get a job working for them, right? And now they're just no quality control. They got so arrogant, I think is the problem, right? That they can we can make whatever we want, put whatever we want on the shelf, and someone's going to buy it and it's not going to matter, right? And that's a bad place to get into because a lot of big companies look at Budweiser, right? They thought, we can put any kind of marketing plan we want to out there and people are going to buy it. And it's not happening. People aren't that way anymore.
It's hit or miss, and I don't think, like, let's be honest, right? It's business. They're not intentionally trying to. I don't think there's anybody intentionally trying to muck things up over there for Joe's or Hasbro. Sure. I just don't think they have. I think in some places they have people that went to school for business that don't know the product and they don't know what they're selling. And I think that's the problem. And, I think they're looking at, the Kickstarter is this huge thing. I mean, and I hate to go down this direction, but it's the industry's looking out there and they're always trying to do things. When Xbox Live started, and this is big gaming, they started going into microtransactions and stuff. And that changed my entire attitude towards video games and stuff. Yeah. And, like even BMW as recently as, July, I was just telling this to my family, is that they just BMW implemented back in July last year that when you buy their car is being sold with the feature for heated leather steering wheel, right? There's a car But if you want that feature turned on, you have to pay for it through a monthly subscription. And it's only in like a certain place where they're distributing. I can't remember the country, but they were trialing this microtransactions on a vehicle. And I
Probably
get it.
Germany anyway, because that's where they're from,
It
aren't
wasn't
they?
Germany. It was actually
No?
somewhere else. But yeah,
Really?
but they were trying it as a scenario to see if they could get it. Okay, well, to me, it's like, okay, so you're telling me that cost of doing business, you can put in the mechanisms in the steering wheel to heat that leather steering wheel, and you're going to use it as a software thing that I turn on and off, and you're going to charge me monthly, or I can pay a one-time $500 fee. You know what? Just as a consumer, yeah, you could bury that in the price tag, and I wouldn't care. But doing it in that kind of
Yeah,
microtransaction methodology,
especially when you got so many cars. Like, I mean, my car is the 2015 Jeep Cherokee, right? It was the base model Jeep Cherokee. It's got a heated steering wheel, leather, right? I mean,
well, that's it to me. It's just the way it's a marketing person who's like, oh, how can we make money differently? And like
right.
Kickstarter is big, and there's GoFundMe's, and there's all these other things that are out there, and they're like, oh, we can leverage social media and create our own Kickstarting platform. And I'm not a fan of it. Like, and I told Ted and those guys I wouldn't back that WCW thing, and I didn't want it to fail because I didn't want people to get it because I wanted it. I just didn't want it at that price because I felt like it was too high of a cost for what the offerings
things, though,
were.
like going to that steering wheel thing, right? I had a battle with a couple guys I work with because they're all newer sales managers and stuff, right? They're like, well, if we market it this way, you know, we can upgrade, you know, charge an upcharge for this. I'm like, yeah, but this is the same thing we were doing for free and actually at a discounted price 2 years ago.
Yeah.
How are you going to justify that gap, right? I mean, just roll it into the price. Then you don't have to say, but we want to promote it. Well, don't promote it, because then people are going to be like, well, I'm not going to pay this much extra money
extra
for something you are giving away for free. Just roll it into the price. No one's ever going to know. I think companies are it's kind of like the movies, right? Every time you see a movie that's got, you know, whatever it is, you know, some kind of woke or social issue, right? They want to promote that point in the movie. And it's like Disney did it with Buzz Lightyear, the cartoon there, where there was like one scene of the girl walking away with her girlfriend, which none of us give a shit about. But Disney made a big deal of it just so they can be like on that level, right? And companies are doing that with their
hard.
Right. Companies are doing it with their marketing now, though, too. It's like if we tell everybody what they're paying for, then they're going to be more apt to pay for it. No, just give me one flat price and just tell me I'm buying a car and I'm good.
Yeah, I just the business. I get it. They're all trying to innovate. They're all trying to get to the front.
For sure.
I get the inclusivity of everything. Like, I get it. I'm just, you know, to each their own. Everyone can have their own things and enjoy them. I'm not going to get into it. But like, my big thing is with the Kickstarter platforms and those things. I don't like, if you told me you're Kickstartering something, I'm all for it. You're trying to get off the ground. That's what it's intended for. And you know, and I don't want to. I'm not kissing Valaverse or anything, but I love what he does because he went that route. He did it. He stood things up on his own through the Kickstarter platform, and now he's like, I don't want to have to do that again. He doesn't want to do it for the vehicles. He doesn't want to do it for any more lines. And that, to me, that's the intention of Kickstarter, right? Like me, I want to go to Kickstarter for my stands, and I'm going to fund. I've already invested quite a bit myself.
The Four Horsemen did the same thing too, right? They did a Kickstarter, got the initial thing launched, and then like you're doing, right? They're just reinvesting that money, like Bobby did, right? Reinvest that money so you can grow the company. That way you don't have to do it again. That's the bad part about, like you're saying, like the multi-billion-dollar companies using a Kickstarter platform, right?
Like
it's just not right.
It seems dirty, and got to do what you got to do. They're a business; they want to operate for profit. It just feels dirty when I see it, and you know, that's it. I'm not, you know,
I think their point is that they want to make these things, but they don't have an idea how much they need to make, right? And I guess like that's what I'm saying. Like if you did a non-refundable deposit, right, of a pre-order, you would still have some idea because you're going to order maybe, you know, let's say you get 4,500 pre-orders, right?
Right.
You make an even $5,000. You know you're going to sell those other 500 pieces, right? Hasbro would, right, at the right price point. I mean, I think the problem is that the world has changed so much from COVID as far as the way the markets and stuff work. that none of these companies really have an idea, because you have this older echelon of guys that are our age, right? My age, your age, and older, that have a marketing idea of one thing. Then you have all these new younger people that are trying to market it a certain way, and there's no middle ground. And
Yeah.
one idea might work, and the other idea is not going to work. And then the other time, it's going to be the old guy's way that's going to work, and the young guy ways is going to, tank, right? It's like
Well,
it's
like,
so hard to work the market now because everybody's buying habits have absolutely changed over
oh
the
yeah,
last 2 years.
yeah. Well, and then I imagine it's very difficult for, I don't know this, but I imagine it's very difficult for those folks. And Ted probably, can probably, speak to this a little bit. I'm sure, Bobby and those guys could, in the industry. But during COVID, there was a lot of money floating around that people had to spend on collectibles. Like, look at the boom in sports cards and collectibles in general during that time. You had dads that are my age and younger and a little bit older, and they were all like at home, locked down, couldn't go anywhere, but they could order sports cards or they could order this, and it gave them something to do with their kids at home. Like, we actually had family units again for a while that weren't just pulling and running to sports activities and things. So you had the opportunity to start up things and do things with your family that you may not have done before because you were too busy and you couldn't do anything else. So you couldn't go do the next big thing. So the next big thing was that package on your front porch that you were able to go open with your kids. So sports cards, you literally had like PSA, the largest, authenticator of sports cards, shutting down intake of card submissions because they had such a backlog. It was like 3 years behind because of the influx of cards that people were collecting to get graded. Junk cards, penny cards, weren't worth the paper they were printed on at that point. They're getting them graded because people started getting in these collecting habits because they had a lot of money they hadn't had available to them before. So they were doing that. So I imagine from a sales perspective, you've seen as that money and that, the inflation and everything we're seeing today is impacted buyers, ability to purchase right now drastically. So where, somebody might have been buying, a series of those figures, a 6-pack of figures every month or whatever, it's now, maybe I'll get them, maybe I won't. I gotta buy that $7 loaf of bread tomorrow instead. Like, so the buying has changed drastically
Yeah,
from that.
the
So
price point on some of the standard figures hasn't helped things any, right? Because it's like
no.
the funny thing is you see a lot of indies, right? The Mythic Legions, Valaverse, those prices really haven't gone any different from the last 2 years, right? Whereas
And that's funny, right? Because, like, here's my perspective. The indie prices, I love the indie lines and I'm going to support them. I purchase them. I will continue to support them. Their prices to me are reasonable for what I'm getting. I'm
Yeah.
typically getting a more the QC on them. You get that, you get quality, you get different stuff. Yes, I know there's some reuse and stuff. You get that in all lines. But like, you're getting a unique figure, probably first time in the line. The price, it's just like when I shop at my local butcher versus going to the grocery store.
Right, yeah.
I know I'm paying a premium because I'm getting it from the guy who's local, who's not backed by a multi-million-dollar company or
But
billion
you're
dollar
also
company.
getting a great piece of meat.
Oh
right?
yeah, I'm getting a way better piece of steak. I'm 100% sure. But like, and that's the same thing with the indie toy lines. And what you have is you have an indie toy line where, let's be honest, most of the ones I've seen from AWOC, Savage, and Valaverse, they're all in that $30 to $40 price point. Well, where's Hasbro and Mattel at? They're all jumping up to those prices because of the price tolerance of us as consumers, because they saw, hey, these indie lines are doing it, we can do the same thing. So, but the indie lines have kept their prices the same. So explain to me the basic economics behind it, how we can sit here today and say that Hasbro, who can produce an MOQ of, and they can get a better price point on things than Vala or Savage or AWOC, but they're delivering a product that probably comes with less, and they're printing 10 times the amount of them or producing 10 times the amount of them. But now it's $35 for that elite figure or, classified figure, or it's getting up there.
That's the thing I'll give to Mattel, right? Like, if you look at Mattel, the Master of the Universe Origins, Masterverse, even some of their WWE and 80 or whoever, WWE Ultimates, and then their basic line, right? Those figures, they might have bumped up a little bit in price.
Not as much. Yeah.
They're, first of all, not as much. And secondly, they're still coming with the same amount of accessories that they've always come with, right?
Yep.
Hasbro's kind of gone the opposite, right? We had a bunch of Marvel Legends with a shit ton of accessories and all this other stuff.
A bath.
Right?
Yep.
And now we're no accessories. I mean, like I was telling, I put that space shuttle Dio together, right? And I wanted to get that Marvel Legends Darwin figure for it, right? Because he looks just like a gray alien except with pink skin, you know.
Yep.
He's $24.97 at the Walmart, but he has zero accessories except for one extra pair of hands. And I'm like, I'm not paying $25 for a guy that's just got extra set of hands when I could pay 30 and get a guy and do whatever I want with him with tons of hands and accessories. It's like you can't justify it in your brain, right?
That's the hard part, right? And I think what we've seen folks, and that's the business. It's smart business when you're only looking at the dollar. But when you're looking at how you're treating your consumer, it's not what's best, right? If you're telling me I'm going to support the local butcher, I know I'm going to pay a few dollars more a pound versus going to the grocery store and getting, the generic whatever that's, raised with a bunch of, it's allegedly, free roam, but it's only because it's got a door that they can fit
it's
through.
Dyed pink to make it look
exactly.
good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like when you're Hasbro or you're those other companies and you're charging because you're like, well, everybody else is charging $30, we can do the same thing. Yeah, they're charging $30 because they don't get the same price point that you get when you produce it. So that's why they do it. That's they're still making the same margin return. It's the same dollar amount. But
the other side of that is you can actually physically like look at Hasbro's toy line, right? And if it's a Mandalorian or Spider-Man, it's $5 higher than all the other regular figures, right? Look at G.I. Joe. All their figures are like pretty much the same price, unless it's a deluxe with
Well, they've changed that.
Guys,
they've changed it now, right? Because they have their tiered figures that they're claiming are
tiered figures, right? But when they first started, it was always it didn't matter what figure it was.
Yep.
But Marvel Legends or Star Wars Black Series, if it's a Mandalorian, it gets a $5 tax added to it, right? If it's Spider-Man, it gets a $5 upcharge added to it, no matter what. And it doesn't matter what the figure comes with. It's like that doesn't make any sense.
And to some degree, I can understand, right? I understand licensing. I understand they're paying for it. I understand like Vala Savage and AWOC. That's they own the IP, right? It's their own IP. They're not paying any subsidies on it, so they're not having to offset that cost. So I get with the Disney, I get with the Marvel, like that stuff. But G.I. Joe, they own the freaking license, and you're still making your $5, whatever it is, you're still making your profit, and keep the price point. But like, just because you see other people going to that price, it's
Hasbro's been making Marvel Legends and Star Wars. I mean, Kenner and Hasbro's own Star Wars the entire time it's ever been made, right?
Yeah.
So you can't tell me that they're paying that much for the license now from Disney that they have to charge extra.
I imagine they're still charging. I'm sure they're paying a lot.
I'm sure it's a lot, but I'm saying relatively to the point where, okay, well, if you make a Mandalorian figure, you got to pay us, $500 as opposed to a regular Star Wars figure that's $200, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it's scaled to some point because if it's movie tied in, or if it's show tied in, or if it's comic book or just a rare character, right? I'm sure there's some level to it, but like with our business, right? We make industrial products. And we've gone through this so many times now in the last 15 years that I've been there. It's like we've always just kind of like spread the pricing across the entire line like peanut butter, right? We know this one's going to sell more and this one's going to be the most popular and cost us the most to make, but we'll just level that across everything and just have it all equal out at the end, right? And that's the way to go, I think.
Well, that's how they always did the Marvel Legends line. Ted, it sounded like you want to say something.
I'm gonna jump in here. I'm gonna run away.
Are you really? Don't run, Ted.
No, I'm gonna keep watching. Though.
Fall down.
I'm gonna keep watching, but it is time for me to lay in my bed and enjoy you.
That's all right, man.
I'm going to be wrapping up here myself too, Ted, to be honest. I have an early morning tomorrow and we're going, I think 3.5 hours almost. So it has been quite the show.
Yes, we are at 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
3 minutes away. So.
But I do want to say before I leave that, I love what you're doing. Again, find a new time slot, but I love what you're doing. And while
Ted, we kind of like, I
need you guys to watch my show.
Now, Ted. We're the Helidopers now.
Look, you can't do a show because then nobody's going to watch mine. but I appreciate what you're doing, and I would love to hear more from Luke. So, if Luke is ever interested in coming back to a live stream, I think you guys should do that together.
Oh,
I
Luke
think
will definitely be on
I-
again with us for sure.
I feel like Luke has been here for 3.5 hours, and he wants to run away too. But that's just me being a former teenage boy once upon a time. Maybe he's having a blast. I don't know, but I think
He's taking down notes of everything he can hold against me. You know, like when he wants a pizza or something. Like, hey, Dad, you remember when you said that about?
Got it right here on my
such and such?"
notepad.
Yeah, see, he's got it right there on his notepad.
I
Remember
think
when you said that?
an Ed and Luke show would be awesome, and I would watch that every single week. So something you guys should collaborate on for sure, because I think there's some interest in there. And
Absolutely.
yeah, but pick a day,
Well, hey, man, we
Like I said,
appreciate you stopping in. Thanks for letting us use your time slot.
yeah, I wasn't using it. I was just fucking chilling. I was playing.
Maybe we'll give it back next week, Ted.
Yeah, maybe.
Guys, nobody will watch my show if you guys aren't there. You're the only two people that show up.
Awesome. Good deal, bro.
I worked really hard to get you two to show up, but
We'll be there.
I love you guys. I appreciate y'all.
We're gonna come out with a show next Sunday. It's gonna be called The Wonderful Action Show, and that's what it's gonna be called. And
you know what? I do like that name though.
Yeah, and then you're gonna be done. Hella Dopers is over with.
Maybe I just won't do my show, or maybe I'll just be like Aaron and watch another show on the side while we're doing our show. That fucker. But anyway,
Ted, thanks for stopping by.
Love the chat. I'll see you guys soon.
See ya.
Mugs up, motherfuckers. And Luke, fucking say something, motherfucker. Fucking tell these dudes to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, tell us old dudes to stop
The
talking.
people came to see you, my man.
Yeah, it's
But
true.
I'll see you guys. Love you all.
All right, thanks, Ted. Have a good one.
Yeah, man. Hit 329 here. I want to say, Ed, thanks for inviting me to
Hey, man,
tag
no
along.
problem.
Sorry, I can talk for
No, I could talk. I could go till 6
I can
in the
listen
morning.
forever.
dude.
So
Yeah.
Good. Thanks for
real.
having me, man. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Luke, it's been
Thanks
a
for
pleasure
sharing
meeting you.
some
Yeah.
more top secret information on the Hexastacks with us.
Yeah, man, I'm excited about that stuff, dude. It's gonna be popping. It's keeping me very busy in my free time. My wife is gonna kill me, I'm sure. I gotta
Like I
start
said,
keeping myself
I think
to
you
the
opened
hour-long
up a can
shows.
of worms. You might be completely blown away by how big that's actually going to be.
I'll be extremely happy with it if it is.
I know you will. I mean,
Yeah.
but I don't know whatever put that thought into your brain to do it that way. But man, I'll tell you what, that's one hell of an idea for displays. So
Thanks, dude.
I wish you the
appreciate
best, man. Like I said, I'm going to back your Kickstarter. Be the first Kickstarter I back. So
Awesome, man. I will. I
you
will
keep
definitely
sharing, keep posting. I'll keep sharing it on Instagram for you and get the word out.
Absolutely. And I'll be getting the website. It's hexa-stack.com. Somebody already owned Hexastack. It's some sort of IT group, and they start to take it.
You're going to spell it that way, right? The hexa like it is, and then STACK, right? You're not doing the X's.
No, it's
Okay.
the LLC is HEXASTACK. So that's the LLC. That's all the stuff that I got lined up. So I'm gonna keep it that way.
All right, perfect, man.
Yep. Awesome. But there could be Hella Stack, and maybe it's Hella Stacks when they get their exclusive purple stand. But Ted's got to talk to me.
I want one with flames on it. That's the Action Stack or Akxion Stack.
We can do it, man. We can do it. Stacks on stacks.
Yeah. All right, brother. Have a good one.
Take it easy, dudes.
Yep. See ya.
Bye.
And then there were
How's
two.
it going? And then there were two.
What's going on, my man?
Nothing. How's it going?
I'm doing good.
You're up late. I'm pretty surprised that you aren't.
Dude, I'm
falling
always up
asleep
this late
yet.
on the weekends, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What we should do?
I drink
is
2 pots of coffee in the daytime on the weekends, dude. I'm jacked.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what we should do is on Mondays, we should do you and me.
You and me.
Yeah.
Why Monday?
Podcast was just because I don't work on Mondays.
Mondays
do
is
it Monday
tough
night.
though because that's the night that Lawrence goes on Punk with Toys. He goes on at 9. But we could do every other Wednesday, like opposite the 3 POA.
I don't know. I work on Wednesdays though.
No, you don't. You go to school on Wednesdays.
That's true, don't I? You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. We can do Wednesdays.
Yeah, we could do Wednesdays. Get home, do it like 9 o'clock every other
good.
Wednesday. I'll get a schedule from Jeremy of what their 3 POA schedule is like. So and we can do something.
All right. Sounds cool. Sounds cool.
So did you good? What other figures did you bring up to show?
I brought my Storm Shadow.
Storm Shadow, nice.
Pretty sick.
Yeah.
Brought Howard the Duck, obviously.
Oh yeah, Howard the Duck. We looked high and low for that one.
Took like months to get this guy.
Yeah. And then you're looking for
Superman.
oh, that's the McFarlane one, right?
This is that. I don't even know what it's from. It's the one with the comic book, right?
Yeah, that
I
was
don't
McFarlane. Yep. Page Punchers.
Then I had the Miyamoto, but I was going to. I was bringing this, which
What is
was it's Chaos from Skylanders. Remember that?
Oh yeah, yeah. I couldn't
So
tell what it
gonna
was.
talk about was that I think that Skylanders were like the action figure, Masters of the Universe kind of action figures for kids my age, because growing up
Yeah.
we didn't really have like very fancy toys, but we did have a lot of technology.
Hold on a second.
So everybody did Skylanders all the time.
It's hard to do it earlier on those every other night Wednesdays, Ted, because he goes to school till 8:00. So if we got home early, we could do it by 8:30, but it'd probably be starting at earliest 8:30, right, Luke?
Yeah, but I'm
Probably the
sure
earliest we'd be able to do it, but we can figure it out. We'll talk.
we'll talk. We'll conference.
You and me will
Yeah.
collaborate when we see each other once every 6 hours.
But yeah,
So yeah, I
Skylanders.
totally agree that I think like that whole Skylanders, what else was there? The Disney
Infinity.
thing,
Yeah, Disney Infinity.
right? They weren't really figures, but that kind of like, because there was a lot of Pokemon at that time, right? And then
Yeah,
card collecting, and then Disney and Skylanders came out with this. So there's figurine collectings that actually, it kind of goes into the game that Jeremy and his brother made for the AWOX, which is the Primal Battle, which is the tabletop game I told you about.
yeah.
Where you can have like action figures actually battle each other, and there's ground cover and all sorts of
Mhm.
stuff, right? So it's kind of going backwards in time, right? Going from digital games to board games, but it was the same kind of thing where you could put that figure you collect, right? I mean, you
Yeah.
had a shit ton of those figures. I mean, I don't
Only
know
a
how many
few.
Skylanders.
Only more than two, at least.
More than two, maybe
Yeah.
10, 12, 36, 47, something like that.
A few. Yeah, I think that was. But something that's really weird is that Steel Rocco's slot.
I don't know what time
Mhm.
Rocco's on. Yeah, Ted, he goes to school Mondays and Wednesdays till 8:00, so can't be taking anything earlier than that. And then we got to have Burger King after school, so it's mandatory.
You gotta have Burger King because it's your favorite time of the year.
I only eat Burger King. I only eat garbage when I'm with you.
That's your fault. I didn't ask for that.
So, like yesterday, I'm like, "What do you want to eat?" And you're like, "I want to get pizza."
That's not garbage. Don't call that garbage, man. You're insulting my life.
I know. Are you working next Saturday? You don't know.
Who knows? I don't know. They don't tell me.
Rob's going to be up Friday, so the Teflon's coming up to see me. Rob's coming up Friday and staying until Monday morning, and
Mhm.
we're definitely going to get some pizza on Saturday, probably, or maybe Sunday. I haven't decided yet, but either way, one of those days. But he can't have the blue cheese with it, so he said that's sacrilegious.
It is. That's not okay. You got to get the blue cheese. Why can't he have the
Yeah.
blue cheese? Is he like lactose intolerant or something?
No, I think he's just one of those people that think it's
Mm.
disgusting.
The wrong people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. But what I
Ted
was
says
saying,
turtles eat pizza. It's delicious.
it's true.
Anyway, go ahead. So I think that
So-
Skylanders.
Yeah, what I was going to say was that since most kids and teens nowadays don't really collect the same kind of action figures that you guys collect, like these guys.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of people that still collect like from cartoons and shows that they watch, not for like collecting ideas, but just because they want something that's physically representing the characters
So
that they like.
You think that more people in your age group nowadays collect because it's tied to a license as opposed to
Yeah.
just collecting for the sake of collecting, right? Like
Mhm.
when I was a kid, we didn't collect figures, we played with toys, but the toy aisles were full of every single. Now, most of them ended up having a toy show or a cartoon, something, but I mean, it was never like
You guys
cartoon,
probably have TVs back in the
right?
day.
It wasn't like cartoons then action figure, right? Usually it was
Yeah.
action figure then cartoon. I mean, that's
Mhm.
usually how it went. So
But yeah, I don't even think most people like play with toys.
no, not really anymore. I mean, like even you though didn't really play with your action figures as much like when you were a kid.
I was a train kind of guy.
Yeah. I mean, you did play with trains a lot.
A
And I
lot.
mean, like we did a lot of RC stuff because that's what I was
Mhm.
into. But I mean, like you did play with some like figures, some, but well, I guess if you consider Lego minifigures action figures, you did a lot of playing with those, but they weren't tied to
Even then, I wasn't really playing with them. I was
right.
more like making stop motion videos and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah,
But yeah,
true.
most people
It's a
like
different
even
time though. I mean, like
I'd say now, like these days, I think people actually probably collect more action figures now than they did back when you were like
collecting wise
collecting.
for sure,
Yeah.
right? I mean, like when I was
Even
younger,
teens like my
right.
age.
When I was younger, like my uncles had their GI Joes, but they weren't
Mhm.
like displayed, right? We're saving those because they're meaningful to us, right? But they weren't collecting them like what you consider a collector now, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people like me, when I got older, I handed a lot of my toys down to my cousins that were younger than me, and then they did whatever they did with them, right? And there wasn't any, like, you got to that age where it just didn't matter. Now, I saved a bunch of mine that mattered to me because like I said, I don't think I've ever been without at least one action figure in my life ever. So,
Yeah.
especially in the last 17 years, I had the greatest action figure in my life ever. There you go.
Yeah, I think the thing is that most people like they collect the action figures, but since it's not like a thing for them. It's a bad idea to give people
True story,
technology.
man. True story. Technology and kids totally blows out the thing.
It really does.
It's hard though, because like it's kind of a weird thing because when I was a kid, and some of these guys that are in here could probably attest to this, but like when we were growing up, it wasn't odd for me being a 12-year-old kid, seventh, eighth grade, still liking action figures and still playing with toys. I mean, G.I. Joe the Real American Hero came out when I was 10, and I had 2 or 3, 4 years of actually collecting and playing with those. Now, as you got older, like 13, 14, you weren't really playing with them as opposed to just kind of posing them or setting them up and, whatever. But um, nowadays, it's like all these people want their kids to grow up so fast. By the time they're like 7 or 8, it's like, oh, those are kids' toys, right? And I don't agree with that concept, but that's what a lot of people do.
I
And
think
I
there's
think
like
society forces it that way, right?
Mhm. I think there's a gap for a few years. Like when you do turn, I don't know, 10, 11, you don't really want to play with toys anymore because you want to be cool, and that's happens until probably when you're like 20 and you get into the real world and then you realize that life's kind of boring most of the time. So you find something to like fill the void in, which you do is just like buy action figures. And I think I
You
know
were
a lot of
blessed though,
people.
right? Because I was cool and I could still play with toys. So you're just
Yeah.
cool because you got good genetics.
Well, the cool way to be cool is to not care about being cool, though.
That's right.
That's the
Exactly.
way to be cool. Yeah. But I think a lot of people, when they get older, because they
For
just
their sure,
realize that
right? I
there's,
mean, like I had, I had a shelf still of toys and stuff, but like they were the ones tied to movies and stuff that
yeah,
were cool that people wouldn't be like, why do you still have that toy?
yeah, that's what I
Because,
think most people do.
when you have your friends come over, your girls come over and you're in there in your room, they're like, why do you have dolls? You're like, they're not
Yeah.
dolls, they're action figures. They're like, yeah, I'm going home. You're like, damn.
hmm There's a lot of people that collect like those, the Gundams now, too.
Yeah.
Especially since like anime, if you even look online, it's really becoming like a huge thing, especially in America, which is odd. but like people are really into anime nowadays, so like they're collecting character figurines and stuff from the animes that they really like, which is part of
But
part
they're
of
anime.
I
I
think
mean, like there's so many licenses and characters in
yeah.
anime. Jeez, man, Lord. Like there's several companies like Bandai, I think, is putting out.
Well, that's a Japanese company, isn't it?
Yeah, they're putting out Dragon Ball figures, but then there's like some other company that makes Dragon Ball that's like in
It's also
Walmart,
the
right?
fact that like half of the toy companies on the planet are Japanese too,
Right,
right?
for sure.
So the rise in anime plus the fact that a lot of the toy companies are Japanese,
But I
probably
think a lot
that's
of that rise in anime came from Pokemon and then
it
Dragon
did. When
Ball Z
Dragon
and
Ball
moving
Z
up
and
the line, right?
Pokemon.
I mean, now it's like now you moved on to anime.
Hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, you had plus the internet. Everybody can just get anime whenever they want.
Right.
So,
Yeah, for sure.
like back in the early 2000s, people didn't have streaming services that they could just go online and watch anything from around the world that they wanted. But now people can just you go on Google and you can watch I don't know some random Japanese
Yeah, I
anime.
mean, when I was younger, we had G-Force, right? Battle of the Planets, which was anime, and maybe Voltron at certain points of time, right? Those are the only two what would be considered even remotely anime that I had growing up here. I mean, we just didn't
Yeah,
have it.
I mean, there's also the Ghibli movies that came out, which were huge in America. I mean,
The
Emily
what?
watched Totoro. You know Totoro?
Oh, Totoro. Yeah, yeah.
Studio Ghibli.
Yep.
Those movies came out, and I think that probably that Pokemon, Dragon Ball, probably like led to the rise in anime.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know my Uncle Dave, right? I mean, he knew some anime just from whatever he did with the art world and stuff. So I mean, like he introduced me to a few. I don't know where he got the tapes from or whatever, but he introduced me to a few other animes from back in the late 70s, early 80s. But those were so bizarre and they were all in Japanese that I didn't know what was really going on. But
Yeah,
the
I mean
action
that's
was
another thing too,
cool,
though.
right? The action
Nowadays,
was cool, but
yeah, but nowadays that's another thing is that like pretty much everything's subtitled or at least like or like voiced in English, so you can just
right.
get whatever like you don't even have to. You can just Google generate subtitles for the things now. So like it's just so much more widely able to be used.
Yeah, it's anime is I think different now. Like when I was a kid, right? I mean,
Oh,
that
100%
was
is.
that was basically like anything that was Asian was bad back then, right? I mean, like
Yeah,
because that was back when Japanese and Asian and Korean car companies and stuff were taking over, right? And a lot of the
China, you know,
right,
mass
a
producing
lot of the
stuff.
people that were my age, my parents' age, were losing their jobs, right, to
Hmm.
things like TVs and appliances being made over in China and stuff like that. And um, I think that's also part of it, right? It's not that way anymore because they realized it wasn't really Japan's fault or China's fault or whoever's fault, right? If companies are going to take and get their stuff made cheaper in a different country, they're going to do it because that's going to be more money for them, right? But
Yeah,
um, I think that's part of it. But then, like I said, the whole thing with the Pokemon and all that, you guys growing up with that stuff, it made it a lot different.
the internet too. I'd say 100% because I mean the internet has basically made anime um like an aesthetic for you to
Well,
have
yeah,
in your life. So you like if you watch anime, you're a type of person that a lot of people want to be seen that way. So
right.
and then people get obsessed with it and then it becomes either like a big part of your life or I don't even know. But
Yeah, some
like some of
people
my
take
friends,
all their things with their
yeah,
life a little too
they
serious,
take
right?
it a little too far.
Yeah.
But like some of my friends, I don't know, they watched Dragon Ball, which was it was a big thing. Dragon Ball, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Pokemon were like the big American ones, you know?
Yeah.
And so like they watch that and they have like little statues of Goku or whatever in their house, which is like the main character, right? They have just little statues that are like that big. And I think that's like where action figures collecting for teens at least are going, because like if you're no one's gonna buy a toy when they're like 17 and play with it when you have TikTok or YouTube at your disposal whenever you want to, right? But if you want to have a figure that just sits in your room that you can look at to make a nice decoration, I think that'd be more realistic.
I think that's a thing too, right? Like your sisters, right? They have stuffed animals that are kind of tied to
That's what it
properties that
is,
they
yeah.
like, right? It's more of a decoration thing as
Mhm.
opposed to collecting.
Yeah. That's 100% what I'd say. It's not a collection, it's more of a just a decoration. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's where it's really going. Like I said with the hex
Hexastack?
hexastacks, yeah. That there's people who like K-pop, which is a type of music that people are really obsessed with online. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it's
What is
like
it?
It's Korean pop music.
Oh, I've heard of
But
K-pop. Yeah, I
there's a
never. I
lot of
don't even know
people
any of the
out there.
songs, but
Yeah, I don't
do
either.
know.
But there's a lot of people out there that who are especially not the. It's all the internet, especially like Twitter. There's a lot of people that are obsessed with K-pop music, and there's like things that people sell, which are just pictures of the people that make the music, but these people like collect them, and it's actually a really big market. So I don't even think that the hex stack stuff is going to be just locked into like sports cards and action figures. There's probably going to be stuff that people buy, like not even knowing that it's from, you know, an action figure company, that they just want something to be able to display their pictures of their K-pop people on.
Yeah,
Like the same
I
thing.
think. Well, that's what I keep telling Travis. Like,
It's like those Pokemon card sleeves or the
right.
comic book sleeves, you know? People don't
Yep.
use those comic book sleeves for just comic books. They have it for
No.
like pictures of people and scrapbooking and
Oh
stuff
yeah.
now.
Well, even like this, like if you go to get the card things, right? The card things
Yeah.
are called sporting card or sports cards, whatever they're called, sleeves, right? But
Mhm.
most people that probably buy them nowadays are not using them for sports cards. They're probably using them for Pokemon or Dragon Ball or whatever cards, right? Magic cards.
Yeah. Which
So
is
it's
a
like,
good product. That's how you know it's a good product, is because then you
yeah,
can just, if you're selling it to people that you weren't even intending to buy it to, like to sell it for, that's when you
right.
know it's getting
Well, that's
good.
what I told Travis about the Hexastack, right? The other day when we were talking, well, a couple weeks ago now. I was like, if you get the initial product launched, there's so many, I mean, like the options are endless for what you can do with that, right? Between the add-ons, the different levels, the different types of stands, textures, you know,
Yeah.
you make all sorts of things. Bigger stands for bigger figures, like that dinosaur one that's gigantic that he had, you know. I mean, like that one, those ogres or those bears that, you know, we seen on the Foosh, or those ogres you showed the other day, right? I mean, those figures are huge. You're going to need a
Yeah.
big stand for those, right? Right now, you could put two of his hexastacks together side by side, and they're magnetized together. But it would be nice to make like a bigger hex, right?
Mm-hmm.
Endless
Which wouldn't be
potential with
hard.
that.
I mean, that's like
No,
you just in the 3D modeling thing, you just
yeah,
scale it up a couple inches,
yep,
and it's
exactly.
you know, you just got to get bigger magnets at
I
that
mean,
point. But
you saw how big the circles are for the Mezco ones. I mean, the
yeah,
Mezco figures are pretty tiny, and those figures' bases are gigantic for what they are. I mean,
yeah,
so yeah, I think he's got a good plan there. Don't know what else I was going to tell you. I was going to say something else, but I forgot now. So anyway,
tool. You getting old?
you're fully into collecting figures though. So
Mm-hmm.
do your friends know that you collect figures?
Yeah, I mean, I take pictures of them sometimes. I don't really. Yeah, it's just something I do for myself, though. I don't really
I mean,
care.
your collection is still small.
Yeah, I get stuff. I don't really collect. I just get things I think look cool. Like I
Yeah,
have an American flag and a Roman flag over there. Not because I collect flags, just because I like the
yeah.
way it looks. Like same with swords and bows and stuff. I don't really collect things. I just get stuff that I think are cool.
You're just a
And
general collector of coolness, right?
yeah, that's what I cultivating my cool chi, as I
Yeah.
like to call it.
You're cultured, right? You
Yeah.
drinking your tea,
Yep.
listening to your Frank Sinatra, smoking your cigar.
Yep. I don't have any bubblegum cigarettes anymore, though, sadly.
Yeah.
Let me grab a toothpick.
Did you get your Chinese flute?
I did.
You know?
You want to see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know how to play it yet?
Yes, I do.
All right, let's hear it.
I can't play it. It's 1 a.m.
You can play it. Who's
Okay.
going to hear you?
Everybody. My sister, my mom. Okay, let me
They
see
don't
if I can
care.
turn this.
Tell them it's my fault.
Okay. I don't think you want to be screamed at again. I don't know if
Wouldn't be the
it'll
first
pick it
time.
up. Let me turn this off. Okay. So, I don't know if you'll be able to hear it. I don't even think you will.
You'll be able to hear it. Just play it.
Okay. I tried to play as quiet as possible.
Yeah. It sounded really breathy, but it sounded good. So,
Yeah. Well, I
very
had to
nice.
make sure
Playing
that
a little Hobbit.
Yeah, there's the Hobbit. I didn't want people to, get mad at me for playing the flute at 1 a.m.
Yeah,
because
I
that's
hear
something
you.
that my family does
Yeah,
sometimes.
you know.
People
They can
sleep
all
at
be
this
as
time.
they can all be as loud as they want, but you know.
That's true.
So anyway, I just got an alert that my batteries on my earpiece is dying. So
That's why you got to get these things, man.
I know.
You got to be more professional than this. I'll take over the stream. I'll just sit here all night and talk to myself.
You're gonna talk to yourself all night.
Yep.
All right.
24-hour stream. We already beat Hella Dope. So
Yeah, going on 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
It's all good. We'll definitely
doing them with everything.
We'll
More
definitely,
viewers, more time.
Yeah.
We got Jeremy on here,
Ted's already crying in
Sorry,
his bed,
Ted.
so
Yeah.
don't rub it in. I'll have to take a tissue over there and make him feel better.
You're gonna lose your mod status because he's gonna be angry with you.
I know he's gonna take away my mighty wrench. Screw that guy.
You're suspended
Taking
now.
away all our viewers. So listen,
Now,
I gotta go.
Before you leave,
Yeah.
you gotta take the man bun out.
Oh, you want to take the man bun out?
You gotta take
I
the
don't have
man
a-
bun out.
Okay.
We gotta see it. How's your hair still wet? It's been like 4 hours. Let's get a side view of that.
You want me to go up here? I'll go full screen for you. Just
Yes.
for you, because I love you.
You look like some sort of cyberpunk character or something.
I'm from the Misfits.
It's pretty crazy, man. That's kind of an insane haircut you got going on there.
Thanks, dude.
It's not much better than mine, though. I have like
Yours
don't even
was
know
this long until you went to the barber and
they
took
messed
a
it
little
up.
off the top.
It's getting there. It's getting longer. You should have seen it yesterday. Well, you did see it yesterday. I look like Wolverine, just sticking straight back.
Ted says, guys, I'm very sensitive.
Yeah.
It's all right, Ted. We love you.
It's our fault. Sorry.
Start
Sorry for
talking to
being
him
way
like-
too cool.
I'm going to start talking to him like that guy on, what was it? So I Married an Axe Murderer. Ted, he's going to go cry himself to sleep on his huge giant pillow. You got to see it. Mike Myers from
Yeah.
Trek. Cat in the Hat. Yeah, he played
Trek. The best movie ever.
Plays his character in So I Married an Axe Murderer. And
Mhm.
he's an old guy, and his kid's name is Ted, but he's got like this gigantic head and an afro.
Mm.
So he's always like, Ted, move your huge head. Anyway, so watch that sometime. That's a good one for you to watch.
Yeah, I'll just, casually.
It's pretty funny because there's like one swear word in the whole movie, and like the whole movie's like pretty chill, and all of a sudden he finds out that the girl that he's in love with, he thinks she's an axe murderer.
Is an axe murderer? Yeah.
And he's like, all of a sudden she goes to
Thanks
attack
for
him with an
spoiling the
axe.
movie for me.
No, it's not, because it's not really what happened.
That's the name
he's
of the
like,
movie, though.
Oh fuck! Really loud, and it was like crazy. But that's an old movie. That came out when I was in the army.
That's
old school
saying
stuff.
something about yourself.
Yeah, I know. So
You're
anyway,
withered.
we will definitely make a plan for
Sounds good.
going live. We'll figure out a
I'll
schedule
grow.
and time.
I'll get my 1.5 million followers next time to
Yeah.
come in here.
You can come up with an intro for the show.
I'll make it.
Yeah,
I'll
make an intro.
outdo Largos with the production value.
Yeah, we need Largo level production value.
It'll be better. I can do
All
better.
right. You're gonna do better than Largo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll make my own intro song up too.
Yeah.
I'll sing it for you.
Well, you've got what? The guitar. You got a piano, Chinese flute, mandolin. You could have a whole band. You could do like the whole thing like the guy that did the Mandalorian theme song, right? Just record all the instruments and then put it all together. And
yeah, I'll do a whole
Mandalorian. You'll have a
thing.
huge hit and you won't even know what happened.
Yeah, whoops! I made an intro for a YouTube channel and
Right.
became a famous musician.
Exactly. So, anywhere people find you? On socials
Hopefully not.
anywhere?
No,
Try to hide?
I'm a very secret person. The government's after
Alright.
me, so
Yes.
I really hope they don't find me, or else it's not working. You know.
I will say anybody that's left to watch, Luke is about 2/3 of the way through writing his first novel. So
That's true.
when that comes
More
out,
than 2/3. Way
more than 2/3 now. Okay,
I
last
need
I knew,
20,000 more words, and I'm gonna be done.
all right. So he's almost done with his first novel. So when that's done and published digitally, I will promote that for you. So be on the lookout for that soon.
We're gonna make an action figure line based off of it.
We are? Okay.
That'd be cool. That would be cool, though. I don't
That
know.
would be cool. It would be a good line.
It
If
would.
the book
Well,
sells,
just one
hey,
character. It
right.
would just be
The
one
book
action
sells.
figure.
the
Yeah,
book sells, you can always Kickstarter that, right?
it could, but it'd just be one character.
That's all right. Like you just said, that's what people want now, right? One character
Yeah.
representing. So,
It's true.
well, a good portion of the collecting population, that's all they want. So,
We'll get an anime made off of it. We'll get a TV show. We'll get a movie, but the movie will be like Samuel L. Jackson will be the main character.
motherfucker, Samuel L. Jackson.
That'd be awesome.
He would be cool. Who would you pick for the main character?
He would 100% be the best main character. Samuel L. Jackson, obviously. He's gonna play the main character. He fits her perfectly.
Well, yeah. If you had to pick a female, who would that be?
I don't know. I don't really think there are any. Are there any famous Asian people? I don't know.
Yeah, there's some, but I don't know enough of them to. I'm not cultured enough.
Who's that
to
lady from
say.
The Boys? Let me Google that real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's her. There's the girl that plays what's her name on Mandalorian? Boba Fett.
Karen Fukuhara. That lady.
Yeah.
She pretty much is the lady from the book, so the Kimiko lady.
Yeah.
She kills a bunch of people. I mean, that's the whole character, so
All right.
got a
So we'll
4-hour
figure that
stream.
all out. What's that?
we did a 4-hour stream.
Did a 4 hour
Congratulations.
stream. First stream, 4 hours, not bad. I will be on Largo's Lair on Thursday again with Jeff from Skunk Works and Adam from G.I. Joe: The Lost Chronicles. We'll be discussing Largo's
Bigfoot.
Beasties and Baddies. So we'll be discussing Bigfoot, some experiences, some toys and pop culture things that are related to him, and Luke's going Bigfoot hunting with his barbarian sword. So other than that, I am on the socials, Instagram at Akxion-Figs and on the YouTube at Akxion-Figs. So I appreciate everybody stopping by, everybody that participated in the chat.
Thank you
I'm
so
still
much
trying
for
to-
watching.
Yeah, trying to figure
Like
out
and
the chat
subscribe.
still. So if I missed some comments, I apologize, but next time we'll have it figured out, because
I think I
Next
just saw a
time, Luke.
ghost orb.
Luke's going to be the mighty wrench for the next one.
There's a ghost that just walked behind you, by the way.
Thank you, Thanos Copter. What's that? What? We watch
nobody
too
in
much
the
YouTube.
nobody in the chat knows what's that.
No, we watch too much YouTube. So anyway,
Just a little bit.
Anyway, yeah, I got to go. My mic is now cutting in and out. So thanks, guys. Everybody have a
everybody.
great night. Everybody have a
Yep.
great Memorial Day. Remember
Yep.
what it's for, but enjoy the barbecues also. And we will catch you all next time. Thanks. Luke, hang on a minute, okay?
Okay.